dejar. Bueno, mira, señora, ay señorita, nadie sabía lo que iba a pasar. Solamente fuiste y me dejaste solito en la eternidad. Señora, ay señorita, yo sé que ahora estás lejos de mí y siempre estoy pensando lo que estás haciendo y si te sientes más feliz, y si te sientes más feliz, oye. Y espero yo que no te sientas sola y que tu vida está llena de felicidad, porque deseo que nadie tenga que sentirse ahora mismo como yo, atrapado en la oscuridad, solito en la eternidad, solito en la eternidad, oye. Trompeta. Saxofón con Cristian. Toca.
Señora, by Cuba Quartet.
Y espero yo que no te sientas sola y que tu vida está llena de felicidad, porque deseo que nadie tenga que sentirse ahora mismo como yo, atrapado en la oscuridad, solito en la eternidad. Ay señora, vuélvete acá, vuélvete. Ay señora, ya se fue.
I'm well, thanks. Chad, I'm gonna need you to rise up, rise up. Tell me about that. Fuentes, stop. Don't even joke. One sec, folks. It's not too late for an ethnos. What up, John Bobert? Did I enjoy the conversation? I think I described it yesterday. It's like a morass. It's like walking through the forbidden forest or something. Alright, got this. Okay, about ready to go, folks. All right, sorry. Cutting off the music. Yo, what up, everybody? Hope you're doing well. Happy Friday. Hope you had a wonderful week. It is Friday, isn't it? Just making sure. Yeah, it's Friday. Yeah, you bleeding? Yeah, you bleeding. I sent you down the Nick Fuentes pipeline. Listen, me acknowledging that I watch America First, it's like me saying that I watch Fox News and I watch Rob Noor. I just like to I like to stay apprised of what everyone is saying. I'm not ever convinced by Fuentes, and I don't think that it's like good to agree with him on most things or why he's coming to certain conclusions. That said, I think it's funny that he's supporting Democrats in the midterms, and I'll definitely laugh at the state of the right-wing online influencer. But I do think that it's a little foreboding because I am not sure what will come of the power vacuum that will be set up by Trump. I'm not sure it's going to be these Mark Levine types or even these like Jack Posobiec Bannonite people, you know? So I don't know that it's good for the country that the Groypers gain prominence, but I think it's important for me that I stay apprised of what their talking points are and watch them. But don't ever, I think, confuse and I think on Twitter today, I added this Kai guy who apparently was voted into leadership of the Young Republican some organization, some like nationwide Young Republican thing. I could be wrong about that. But he has like a connection to Fuentes or something. And I noticed his comment in response to the ACLU, not the ACLU, the Anti-Defamation League, right? It was like a very carefully manicured statement. It's like, I'm not a Groyper. I don't identify as a Groyper. I'm not anti-Semitic. I don't do this. Like, and all that statement is consistent with things that Fuentes says, where he says, I'm not anti-Semitic. I don't hate anybody. I'm a Christian. Christians don't hate. So even just, I know this is going to be like, wow, claiming that you're not anti-Semitic is now a strike against you. No, I'm just saying it's not inconsistent to say this kind of thing and to be a Groyper or to support the Groyper vision. Now, saying you're not a Groyper, identify as a Groyper, that's just a statement of identity. And so I kind of pushed a little bit. I was like, what are your opinions on Fuentes and Groyperism, regardless of whether you self-identify as one? It would be like if someone were to push like a lefty guy. Let's say that the lefty has connections with some sort of tanky communist group, and you say, well, what do you think about this person? And they're like, well, I don't identify as a communist or something, right? I think a discerning viewer is going to be like, well, but what do you think of them, right? You know? And it's not entirely clear to me what the alternative message that's resonating with young Republicans is. Even in the context of the election in Florida, the primary for Republican governor, right now the two candidates, I think, I don't know that Casey DeSantis, is that her name? DeSantis' wife, I don't think that she has announced yet. So right now I think it's just Byron Donalds, the congressperson, versus James Fishback, this like online debatey scammer guy, you know? And if you look at the polling there, Byron Donalds is ahead, which is not surprising, but the youth prefer, I think, Fishback. And that I think is alarming for the state of our country, that the kind of more, at this point, we need like a new terminology to describe the different like parts of Republican policy ideology. It's so difficult because I argue that a lot of the policy has stayed the same between the eras, right? So like Bush deregulated, cut taxes, started wars. That's what Trump did, right? That's exactly what Trump did. So it seems a little bit, there are some things, maybe tariffs for sure, maybe some of the policies, certainly how Trump goes about doing things, certainly how it's presented, but we have to be careful not to overstate the differences here. Now, a big difference, I think, is like allegiance to the Constitution, et cetera, whatever, right? Like that all matters to me, and I would take 10 George Bushes before I would take one Donald Trump. I think if you don't believe that, I think you're a crazy person, just in terms of who's a good person. Did you see, by the way, I put the, it's actually insane. The guy, maybe I'll just show this to you. CNN reporter put out a post that Trump is sending to his donors, or sorry, to his the people who pay like the fundraising, right? Like a fundraising email to people, right? Supporters. And this is it. One sec. It's actually insane. I'll get back to my point. I won't forget it. Don't worry. Fundraising email from President Trump's Political Action Committee has a provocative pitch using an image from Saturday's dignified transfer honoring, the one where he wore the hat, right? Where you're not supposed to wear the hat. Again, for me, these things to me aren't huge deals. These kind of like old, typical rituals, these kind of ways of, I'm very open-minded, like he wore a hat, whatever, right? I'm just trying to, this is supposed to be sacrilegious. This is supposed to be like the height of being, respecting the troops. I often think it's a little bit profane how the Republicans clothe themselves in the affect, in the sentiment of supporting the troops, but then send them off to die in foreign countries for no good purpose. But putting that aside, this is what they said. Promising access to private national security briefings. Like the level of corruption, even like, put this aside, like this is probably like not a big classified information revelation, whatever, but just like purporting to act as though you're giving private national security briefings to your team of your fundraisers while using the dignified transfer, the dead soldiers that died as a result of your illegal and unjustified war, as part of your advertisement to sell access to at least the presumption or like the appearance of giving classified information or sensitive information to people you're most supportive of. Like it is some of the most corrupt shit you've ever seen. And so, yeah, I don't think that Bush would do this. But yeah, putting aside I don't want to overstate the differences in the different eras of Republican politics. In some ways, I think it's just a mutation of a one that existed before with some key and important differences. The establishment Trumpian Republican, the establishment which is now Trump Republicans, that's what I'm trying to refer to, as distinct from like the establishment Paul Ryan types. I'm just using the words that people use. I roll my eyes too. Just deal with it. Those people don't have like a positive project to sell the youth of America, the young Republicans. I don't think that they do. Yeah, but Biden checked his watch. And I don't know that anyone is preparing the conservative movement for the next generation other than these like more, some might say, nativist types, the Groyper types, or the conspiratorial types. But I'm not seeing a big, like, youthful, and again, this is maybe just vibes, a youthful exuberance at people like Byron Donalds, at people like, forget about it, John Thune. What is like the most Trumpian senator? I guess Mike Lee is among them, but these are like, I think, to the extent that they're more accepted by the young Republicans, it's their closeness and connection to quote unquote America First. I mean, the America First style nativists, the Groyper types, they like Thomas Massie. So yeah, I mean, it's just a big clusterfuck and a car crash in the making. I don't know that I think the Republicans are preparing as they should, but that's because they don't give a shit about anyone but themselves and their next paycheck, I guess, and about being corrupt. So yeah, that's what I added this guy Kai with, because I think more and more these Groypers are going to be an influence in Republican and conservative circles. And the question is going to need to be asked, well, what do you think about them? And some of the anonymous Groyper accounts are like, why are you asking this? And it betrays a kind of like a fear, right? I think that the optimal Groyper strategy, as I understand it, is to have candidates who are Groypers or are Groyper sympathetic, but don't bring attention to that association or ideological connection, but who do refuse to condemn the Groypers. I think for them, condemnation, they're not going to tolerate condemnation. They're not going to tolerate explicit disavowal at this point. But I don't think that they want to draw attention and for people to ask questions about that connection. I think that they want that downplayed and a kind of like understood thing, and outsiders kind of asking questions about it. They're on guard for that kind of stuff, which I think betrays their strategy. Their strategy, I think, is to like embed themselves slowly but surely into the different influence categories, whether it's online or in government or in enterprise. And so, yeah, I think that there's a great deal of people who are understating, undervaluing the prospect of Groyper mass adoption among young Republicans. And even though I think that will be a worse electoral strategy for Republicans in the long run, it brings with it like a risk, which is if they ever do get power, right? Everyone always says that. How could reform ever get power? How could we ever let, Farage is a joke, Trump is a joke, et cetera, et cetera. It is alarming to me. It's very alarming. That said, right, I can understand why a lot of young people find the Groyper movement powerful and attractive. Not because I sympathize with the Christian nationalist or nativist sentiment, but specifically in this era where Trump is the ultimate phony, where seems to be a great deal of feeling of betrayal among conservatives. That here's Nick every night speaking against the war, speaking about how the elites are betraying everybody. And a lot of the times, right, Nick's critiques of Trump, when he calls Trump corrupt as fuck, when he's analyzing what Trump does with deportations, I think that there's a feeling of longing for like the true flag bearer of MAGA, which they're not getting from these politicians, these stilted politicians who are all about pretense. Now, I think that there's a great deal of pretense in what Fuentes is suggesting. This whole outlook of MAGA being this counter-war movement is just built on a lie. It's built on an entire foundation of mythology. Yeah, he talked shit about the war on stage with Jeb Bush. That's not because he's some principled anti-hawk. It's because he wanted to fuck with Jeb Bush. And he wanted to talk some shit. he would just as soon, if it were in his interest, do anything else. And all his other campaign rhetoric, as well as, more importantly, his actions as president in the first term, were contrary to that. And so this was all an illusion. This was all fake. Again, I know that he's very maligned by a lot of people for good reason. I think in his minimalist views on Epstein, this is Michael Tracy, but I think he gets it right when he examines the track record of Trump vis-a-vis war. Now, on immigration, Nick is wrong. I mean, there is just a very different policy that we're seeing now with respect to deportations and immigration substantive policy than we have seen under Biden. And pretending that it's similar or pretending that it's not a market change, I think is wrong. Now, it might just be because the numbers don't approximate anything that what is needed to achieve, I guess, the Groyper vision of mass deportation. But that's a pipe dream. That entire thing is a pipe dream. I think Trump is on track to beat 2012, which was Obama's biggest year, something like 400,000 deportations in a year. These are formal deportations, not just turnaways, not that stuff, like the real deportation, like the big deportations. Are you taking Collins? I might after I do my legal analysis, for sure. After I do the legal stuff. So it's actually insanely difficult to remove millions of people from the country. And the country never had an appetite for that, even though they say it. Even though they say they support mass deportation of illegal immigrants, people who cross the border illegally, they don't mean it. It costs too much money. It's too much of an imposition. And so the whole thing was a cope from the beginning. It's not going to happen. But there are major differences in the policies. Anyway, that's just me. Some observations of how I think the edifice of that nativist Groyper ideology is, it's sort of couched in this term of, or this feeling of resentment, this feeling of betrayal, being stabbed in the back by Trump and by the Republicans who want nothing more than to destroy this populist right-wing thing. But the truth, it was lies from the start. It was lies from the start. Maybe deep down Fuentes recognizes that. But I think to the extent that he's trying to sell his movement on anything other than that, I think it's just not true. Okay, first thing I want to do is I want to talk some shit. Yeah, I'll let this speak for itself while we do some commentary on it.
I have one simple question for you guys. Where the fuck are the Democrats? So the grassroots hates this war. The American people hates this war. Democratic voters absolutely despise this war. And we can't find a Democratic leader anywhere in media to oppose the war. Where the...
Just not true. I don't know what is causing this, like, what do you call it? Confabulation? This mythical thinking, it's just totally disjointed from reality. You can't find any Democrats making the rounds denouncing the war. Totally untrue. Completely untrue. And I think it's betraying a sense of resentment and boring personal grievance against a set of actors, both influencers and politicians, who have heavily critiqued Cenk in recent years, including but not limited to the Squad, the Progressive Caucus. You're about to see it. He's not going to pull any punches when it comes to the Progressive Caucus. He's going to go after, you're going to hear it, Bernie Sanders, AOC. Basically, the only one who is free from his wrath is Ro Khanna. Granted, Ro Khanna has been very vocal against the war, but he's not the only one. And the ire here, right? Where is this ire for Donald Trump? I'm sorry, you just don't see it. You don't see it. You never see it. You see it as a passing. Of course, Trump is going to obey Netanyahu, but when it's spoken about, when Cenk starts speaking about how Trump is going to obey Netanyahu, it's done in such a way as to relieve Trump of his agency, because it's fundamentally founded on Zog, right? Where Trump is just a cog in the wheel. Trump is just a part of the machine. He's not really an agent with independent decision-making authority. And that, I think, is a sweep. I think it's a total sweep. But you do see this passionate anger as against Democrats, basically all of them. Keep listening.
The fuck are they? Where's Chuck Schumer? Where's Hakeem Jeffries? Counting their cash.
Now, listen, I absolutely have my critiques of Jeffries. So with respect to Jeffries and Schumer, I think that they should be gone from leadership. Here we'll agree. The difference, though, the problem is an indictment of leadership is not coextensive with the quote-unquote Democrats. And Cenk paints with far too broad a brush. Far too broad a brush. When we have people like Chris Murphy, people like Ruben Gallego offering pointed, consistent critique, even senators who take AIPAC money. Dick Blumenthal from Connecticut, he's coming out and offering concerns that I think even a lot of like left-wing news organizations, pundits and stuff are pointing to. And so to act as though there's just this like pregnant pause in commentary from Democrats, it's all everyone is talking about. Everyone is talking about the war. I'm just wondering, how is his media diet? What is it composed of?
From AIPAC. Guy, look, man, dealing in American politics and media.
And again, Chris Murphy, my favorite U.S. senator, I think he takes some AIPAC money. I don't think that he should, but he's been one of the best on this. And so it's not, the Zog AIPAC stuff is not resolving the key questions here. It's not explaining everything. It doesn't explain everything. Everyone wants to sell you their solution of the world and of its problems in a paragraph. But the AIPAC, not to say that Israel hasn't had a massive influence on U.S. foreign policy, especially in the Middle East, for decades now. That is established. But this one-size-fits-all analysis is lazy as fuck, and it actually is a sweep for the real pushers of the war, which I want to say again are the MAGA Republicans. I bet you that Cenk would believe that if Kamala took office, that Kamala would have gone to war. I bet you if you ask him that, he would say that it's more likely than not that Kamala would have taken us to war too. And if that's your read of the political situation, I mean, I don't think that we're living in the same world.
Yeah, is one giant torturous gaslighting experience. So Democrats are like, oh, we're against the war, but we're going to whisper it in a corner. And then they take tons, like literally millions of dollars.
Whisper it in a corner. I don't know what you're talking about. They're making the rounds on TV. Maybe they're not coming onto your show, but I definitely see them making the rounds. Bernie Sanders is having a Twitter space right now. Why did Trump go to war with Iran? Chris Murphy has had these like fireside stuffs. I mean, like, I don't follow every Democratic politician the way I do like certain ones. Like I follow AOC, I follow Chris Murphy, I follow Chris Van Hollen, but I will see clips on my feed and I will, watch the news and see Democrats on there. It's not just Ro Khanna. This script could have been written on where are the Democrats, and look at them taking AIPAC money before you knew anything about the nature of the response from Democrats. Because his critique is fundamentally stop taking AIPAC money, which fair enough, but don't try to gaslight us into thinking that there's any equivalence here in terms of what the response has been. The response from Republicans has been in favor. That's true of their voter base. That's true of the politicians. You can count on one hand, two Republicans, I think, who are against the war. Rand Paul, Thomas Massey. That's it. And every other Democrat, save for, I don't know, 4 or 5, 6 in the vote in the war powers resolution, I suspect there's more that privately support the war. But we're not talking here. It's apples and oranges. It's a huge part of the Republicans and their voter base. And with respect to the Democrats, much smaller, a moderate amount of them, and practically none of their voter base.
From the Israeli lobby, and they don't do any opposition.
Thank you for the super chat from CID6. If a competent authoritarian with clarity of vision were president, do you think Democrats would be equipped to effectively challenge them? The current crop of them, not all of them, and unfortunately, the leadership, no, is the answer to that. We could still win out because of how our system is structured and other kind of inefficiencies built into the Constitution. But I don't think adequately prepared to challenge an effective authoritarian. Frankly, I think the leadership isn't adequately prepared to challenge Trump right now. Not to say that they're not doing it. In terms of my standard, that's all. But that's different than what Cenk is saying here.
Opposition, right? And the media goes, I don't see it. In fact, if you report those facts, you're an anti-Semite. All right, it's maddening. It's maddening. If you don't live in that world, you don't understand why the Democrats are hiding. So I
just don't see this. Democrats hiding. The Democrats are hiding. The Democrats helped push this resolution from Massey and Khanna. The Democrats overwhelmingly supported it. The Democrats are going on shows and talking about the war. They're going to these meetings. They're going to get briefed by the generals. They're in the room. I don't understand.
The Democrats, more than half, 3/4 of the Democrats,
3/4
actually love this war.
3/4 of the Democrats love this war. And this, the evidence for this is merely the fact that, by the way, I don't even know that 3/4 of Democrats take AIPAC funding. I don't know if that's true. I think when I checked, it was less than that. And, my position on that, I don't think they should take AIPAC funding based on what's happened, including AIPAC's support of MAGA Republicans constantly, their Israel's policies in general, including pushing us toward this war and Gaza. Like, we should not be taking this money if we're Democrats. But I don't even think he's right on the denominator here. I don't think that 75% of Democrats take AIPAC money. And if, by the way, that the number were something lower than that, his whole analysis is fucked, because what is the evidence that something more than the margin by which they get AIPAC money, that they support this war? Of course, there are people who get this money, AIPAC money, who don't support the war. Unless you're saying they're all liars, and in which case it's just like, it's a religion. It's a religion. This kind of thing is a religion. Not to say that it doesn't influence, but that any particular situation, you need to have something, a basis by which to determine if your analysis is correct or incorrect. You need in other words, a way to guide your predictions. And I don't think it's true that merely because you take AIPAC money, you're in support of this war. And I don't think these numbers are correct.
And want this war because they got bribed by the Israeli lobby. So when you go to say to them, hey, are you against? Oh, of course I'm against the war. I can't believe Trump started it. I'm anti-Trump. And then they go scurrying into a corner. Well, why don't you get on TV and fight against it? Why don't you go on the podcast? Why don't you go on radio? Why don't you do it?
They are. Why don't you do something? Asked Cenk Uygur. Why don't you do something?
Why don't you vote against the war? Why don't you vote against?
They voted in favor of the war powers resolution. The Democrats did 5%. What it was, 4 votes against in the House, 1 vote in the Senate. That's barely a Democrat Fetterman. So the metric that he's citing here, which is voting against the thing, voting against the war after it started. Yeah, it was started illegally and without any authorization, and seems like they stalled it. This is nonsense. This is nonsense. How did Democrats stall the war powers resolution vote? And first of all, this thing is just, as in the leadership, show me that they stalled it. Maybe they did, but regardless, they did the thing, right? It was never going to be anything other than a signaling vote, because they don't have, the votes aren't there. And the reason the votes aren't there is because Republicans support the war. That's the reason the votes aren't there, because Republicans support it. But they did this. They did this.
Funding the war. Say there's no.
Now, I actually think that there'll be more defections from the funding perspective of it. And I agree with Cenk that they should not fund this war. I don't know why we have Democrats. There was a great piece written by Dan Pfeiffer explaining this. By the way, the PodSafe guys have been absolutely great on some of these issues. I think they've been good on this too. But like, yeah, they shouldn't do that. But you will see, this is my prediction, call me crazy, a majority of Democrats oppose this funding. Even though it could be considered a tough vote for them. That's how they view it, right? I don't think that it should be. I don't think it is. I think that the American people are against this war, especially the Democratic base. But I predict that you'll see most Democrats oppose funding. And you know what? What will be the reaction then? The reaction will be that won't affect Cenk's outlook here. It won't ever affect it. They could vote against it and against funding, against or in favor of the War Powers Resolution. They could vote however they want to vote, and it's not going to affect the analysis offered by Cenk. It's unfalsifiable. It's unfalsifiable. It's the donor class, and there is no amount of evidence that will suggest to Cenk that maybe the enemy here, it's a little bit more complicated than the donor class. Maybe it's the donors and it's these Republicans who have actual agency of their own. They actually do things. They actually have thoughts, and they actually, are called to account by this criminal president. But instead, it's always this simplistic paragraph answer. The donor class, the donor class, the donor class.
When in the world we're going to fund this war? Instead, when asked, they go, well, of course.
When they are asked, when some of them are asked, when some who are being heavily criticized among Democrats, not all.
On the war, but we're opposed, right? And then they stuff more AIPAC money into their mouths, okay? And the media sees this live in action and goes, no, I don't see it. I don't see it at all. And so, okay, and I get it. Schumer, Jeffries, 3/4 of the Democratic Party, totally corrupt, totally work for any lobby that'll bribe them, okay? So, oh, yes, oh, here's Big Pharma. Oh, golly gee, I don't know how to negotiate drug prices. Oh, I am against Big Pharma. Stuff the money into their mouths and then go, we'll never change it when we're in charge. Don't worry, Big Pharma. We're a bunch of giant liars who'll tell everybody that we're, want to curb drug prices. And we get the stupid liars in the media to pretend that that's actually our policy. Then we'll take millions of dollars in bribes from you guys and secretly serve you. So when Biden and Obama are in office, oh, golly gee, we just couldn't find a way to negotiate drug prices. Oh my God, are we still giving tens of billions of dollars in subsidies to oil companies? Oh, I bet the millions we took from them in campaign contributions have nothing to do with it. Hey, idiots in media that we 100% control, get out there and tell them that we're against the oil companies, against the defense contractors, Big Pharma, and Israel, or Israel's wars. When in reality,
this is a lash out. And the lash out is because Cenk made a prediction. And that prediction was that the right-wing populist base was for real. That's what he said. You guys remember this, right? The right-wing populist base was for real. They were for real because they were going to actually hold their politicians to account. And the minute they saw bad shit on corruption, the minute they saw bad shit on Pentagon funding and funding for the military and expansion of funding for military spending, all that stuff, and the minute they saw unjustified wars, they were going to stand up and speak out. That was Cenk's prediction. Now that it's been conclusively debunked, right? The most supporting people of this war are the most aligned to Trump, the MAGA movement. The right-wing populist base was not for real. We watched the debate he had with Crystal Ball, where he lays out his own premise for when he would be wrong, which is if it turns out that Trump does X, Y, Z, and the MAGA base doesn't completely turn on him, okay, you win. His whole outlook was Trump listens to the base. Trump listens to the base. It seems like the base listens to Trump much more than Trump listens to the base. Trump has a bit of cunning about him And there are some areas where he walks on eggshells, namely vaccines. But for the most part, the base listens to Trump. The base listens to Trump. Again, putting aside the whole shtick he's having here about how Democrats are the same as Republicans when it comes to drug pricing, when it comes to pharmaceuticals. You're just talking about Obamacare. The president who passed Obamacare, one of the most important piece of legislation when it comes to spending. Yes, absolutely. The cost of medication is going up. The cost of drugs are going up. It's not enough, but I mean, this was definitely a concern of the administration. They tried to address it. Biden tried to address it directly with independent negotiations and statutes related to insulin, among other drugs that they were planning. Democrats were planning stuff. Republicans, not really. Trump has this Trump RX, and for the most part, that thing is bupkis, not really important, not really relevant in terms of overall expenditures. Might even increase overall expenditures, even though for some drugs it's lower. So yeah, I just don't understand this false equivalence but the reason is I think he's protecting his ego. He really thought that we were in the populist woods and so there was going to be some influence that was exercised on Trump. You believed that, dude? You believed that the right-wing populist base was going to exercise influence on Trump? Then you're a fool. Then you're a fucking fool. And we told you were a fool. And instead of coming out swinging on Democrats, thank you so much. Fumbungo, look at this. $50 donation. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Super chat. Golly G emote. Is that a jank emote? All right, I'll write that down as a potential, all right? Potential emote. Golly G. Thank you so much for the super chat. Means the world. It just so, I think it's such a self-report. And it's sad because Jank, when he's on the mark, I think he can be quite effective for the left, for Democrats and that kind of stuff. But lately, I feel like it's all being funneled through this, trying to put the blame on a set of actors who, would have been a better strategy to run the country, would have been better than Trump significantly on all the areas you purport to care about, including military spending. Look at the fucking big, beautiful bill. Look at the budgets that massively increase spending. Look at the various different interventions that we've been a part of based on this warmonger Trump. And they weren't for real. It's the most corrupt administration ever. On all the three issues that you say are the most important and salient for the right-wing populist base, they don't give a shit. And so now you're lashing out at the same people you always lash out at, which are the Democrats who are out of power.
We're going to maintain that system, even if we have the White House, the House, and the Senate. Look, you want me to be mad at Republicans? That's easy, man. So 99% of the, now maybe 98% of the Republican Party is corrupt.
Is it easy?
Tom Massey isn't, even if you disagree with him, he isn't corrupt at all. Rand Paul is fighting against this war. But look, guys, it's humiliating. Tucker Carlson is fighting against this war more than the...
Bullshit. Complete and total bullshit. Tucker Carlson, who supported the warmonger president, alleged president, currently occupying the Oval Office, who promised, right, who sold a false bill of goods to the American people, as you did after the fact, that this guy would be for real, that he would be against no new wars, all that stuff. Now he's outflanking the Democrats on opposition to the war. I don't buy it. Maybe a couple of them, Fetterman, whatever, but the overwhelming sentiment, such that you can say he's outflanking Democrats. No, you'll find 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe even 10, 20. But the overwhelming sentiment of these Democrats is against this war. And they're not afraid to say that Trump is responsible for it, like Tucker is. Tucker's afraid to say that. Tucker's completely afraid to say that. And Cenk seems to be afraid to put the blame where it really lies here, with the Republicans who are corruptly engaging in this war. Yes, being pushed by Israel, no doubt. No doubt that they deserve a significant portion of blame, as well as the domestic lobby. But no, you can't come out and say that the people who helped implement a known warmonger, bring him to power, then afterwards say, oops, that he is outflanking Democrats on anti-war. No, not when he's refusing to call out the head honcho as a corrupt warmonger. If you're ignoring that part of the problem, you're bubkiss. You're useless. You are useless, and you're not outflanking anybody.
Any of the Democratic leaders are. So,
Thank
okay,
you, Vox.
but my biggest frustration and anger is reserved for the so-called progressives in Congress.
Think about that. My biggest frustration is not even with Democrats, which is hilarious, given that the Republicans are supporting this war. The Republicans did this war. The Republican population is backing their president by and large with this most unpopular illegal war. Not just the Democrats instead of the Republicans. The most anger he has is for the progressives. The progressives who, as far as I know, to a person, are against the war.
Where are you guys? Where's the squad? Okay, where are you guys? Where's the progressive caucus? Nowhere to be found. I can't even see Bernie. I don't see anybody fighting us. There's only Ro Khanna. And then they're going to tell us later, oh, no, you should vote for other people who secretly thought the war was a really bad idea, but didn't do anything about it. Didn't vote that way, didn't fight that way, didn't go on media, didn't make the case again.
By the way, any mention of Kamala Harris's statement? Kamala Harris's statement against the war? No mention of that, right? Because what was it again that Cenk said of Kamala Harris? Cenk said that Kamala Harris was her greatest enemy. His greatest enemy. That she represented the mainstream establishment and she was defeated. That was Cenk's post-election optimism, where he said Kamala represented his most dominant enemy. We'll look at Kamala Harris's statement after the war, totally condemning it, based Queen Kamala. And now he's taking shots at the quote unquote, he calls them the quote unquote squad, as though they're not opposed to the war.
Yes, war. Oh, but they had one tweet once in the midst of this giant, disastrous war. Instead of screaming their heads off, instead of calmly, coolly, strategically making sure the war is not funded, they did bupkis. They did zero. And later they'll lie to you and go, oh, they were heroes. And no, meanwhile, Tucker Carlson's outflanking us.
Wait, what do you want them to do? They don't have access to subpoena authority to haul these people into Congress. They are definitely on social media talking about the war. Everyone is talking about the war. What are they doing? Or sorry, what are they not doing that they should be doing? What more can they do?
On the anti-war position. What if Tucker runs for president? And let's say it's Tucker.
Yeah, you're going to support Tucker, aren't you? Aren't you?
Versus AOC. AOC is going to say what? She was more anti-war?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, she can say that. No doubt about it. AOC, who was against the warmonger president and called him out for being a warmonger. AOC, who has been against this war from the beginning. As opposed to Tucker. Tucker, who, by the way, is a bitch on Ukraine and he supports war, just different wars. He's fine with war if it's his buddies in the Kremlin. He's not principally anti-war. You're going to tell me that this psychopath, Tucker Carlson, this psycho, this freak who believes he was attacked by a demon in the middle of the night, who sold America on the Iraq war back in the day, he was a neocon in his fucking bow tie. Are you shitting me with this? And Tucker won't even call out the person running the fucking thing. The glaze of Tucker is unreal. Absolutely unreal. And it has nothing to do with the actual facts on the ground. It's because they're butthurt about their personal relationships and dynamics with the squad and the Progressive Caucus. That's what this is about. Obviously. Tucker outflanking AOC on anti-war. Give me a fucking break. What he means to say is, well, Tucker Carlson and we have a better relationship. That guy is a freak of nature, and he should be condemned as such.
Than Tucker was? I would love for her to be more anti-war than Tucker. And
she is.
Good news, guys. I'm happy to be the bad guy, right?
You are.
Like left-wing
right now, you are the bad guy. You are the bad guy because you're poisoning our discourse. And it's fucking sad.
Are like, oh, even though they're also upset about Democratic leadership, they're like, Cenk takes it too far. He should not criticize the Democrats that much. Really? Okay.
What we don't want are false equivalences. You can criticize leadership. You're like, oh, okay. So this is Cenk's position. If you disagree with what Cenk is saying, you have to be fully in favor of Democratic leadership. Otherwise, you're like nitpicking or something. But no, what you're saying is quite radical, in fact. I can be against Democratic leadership, and I am, but what you're saying is quite radical. You're suggesting that Tucker Carlson is preferable when it comes to this war than AOC and the Squad and the progressives. That the Democrats, you have more enmity for the Democrats than the Republicans. That's what you're showing. That's what's happening here. And so that's a quite radical position. And it's perfectly fine for us to critique the leadership while saying what Cenk is saying goes way too far into an extreme position that isn't supported by the facts.
Hey, forget everything in the past. I'm the bad guy, no problem. Today, going forward, AOC, the Squad, so-called progressives, the Progressive Caucus, Democrats, Democratic leadership, all of you can embarrass me. And
so-called progressive. So now what Cenk is doing is undermining the bona fides of the Squad and the progressives, and they're not really progressives. This is an example of flowchart logic, okay? This is an example of black pill leftism. This is it. You're watching it. You're looking at it. Because it's all for naught. It doesn't matter how much the progressives will signal, will show that they give a shit, will show up to votes, will sometimes buck their leadership in like very visible ways. In a way that Cenk doesn't seem willing to buck his relationships, personal relationships with Tucker, and this theory of his that Trump was, in retrospect, the lesser evil, or at least now we're in the populist woods. He seems very attached to that position. I just think this is, and I've always called this shit out. This is the lunacy. This is the false equivalence. And the Tucker shit just, I mean, fuck Tucker Carlson. I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, from everything I can possibly generate when it comes to spirit and feeling, fuck Tucker Carlson. Fuck Ben Shapiro too. Both of them. They deserve each other. They deserve each other. These are freaks of nature who have brought our country to the precipice. We don't need glazing from Cenk Uygur of Tucker Carlson. We don't need a laundry of Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is a liar. Tucker Carlson is a spreader of bullshit conspiracy. Fuck Candace Owens. Fuck all these demons. They deserve each other. They all supported and got in line behind this warmonger president, alleged president. And even to this day, Tucker sweeps for Trump. Even to this day.
Go out there and fight like lions and tell us how we don't need this war, and this war would
fight like lions, like you did, right? Like you did, like a lion, getting on stage with Charlie Kirk, like a lion, saying, congratulations on a revolution well done. Your words. Like what you did, giving Tucker Carlson a hand job every day on your show. That was fighting like a lion. Attacking the people who are, by and large, not perfectly, not all of them, not enough, doing what they can to defend this country from the barbarians in the White House and in Congress. Just disgraceful, man.
It was started by Israel because of the Israeli lobby. It's super obvious. 13 Americans are already dead. We've got 16 ships that were hit. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. Gas prices are through the roof. And it's all because of this dumbass war started by Donald Trump and by the Israeli lobby.
Look at that. Started by Donald Trump and Israel. Yes. Started by them. Supported by them. That's who to blame. But this doesn't say where the fuck are the Republicans? Where the fuck are the MAGA populists that I said would be there? I put my credibility on the line that they would be there. What does this post say? Does it say, where are the right-wing populist base that are for real, who did a revolution well done? Is that what the post says? Where are they? No. It says, where are the Democrats? Fuck yourself, dude.
Oh, no, but we'll be gentle. I did a tweet. It had mild criticism of the war. It had mild criticism and gas.
And they also show up to podcasts. What do you want them to do? Go and like shoot people? They're going to run against the war because the war is unpopular.
Prices. Okay, that's consultants, affordability. That's on our checklist. Yes. And media is not going to yell at us over affordability. Yes, affordability. We'll talk about affordability. How about the fact that there's no American interest in this war at all? And that we're spending $2 billion a day. 13 Americans are dead.
Yeah, they're not talking about that. Democrats aren't. I see them talking about this. Why lie? Why blatantly lie? There are some Democrats who had horrible statements that were far too narrow and are just procedural. No doubt. We can call them out. Call them out by name. But this painting with a broad brush is absolutely insane. Democrats are talking about this shit.
All because Israel pushed us into this war. Shh, shh. If you say that, Cenk, that'll really hurt our brand. And that'll hurt our careers, okay? You know, the mainstream media, they'll attack us as anti-Semites. And I don't want to fight that hard.
I mean, this is all projection. I don't know where this is coming from. Maybe there are some Democrats who are, I know there are, who are hesitant to criticize Israel's role here. But I think the problem might be you're underemphasizing Trump's role and the right-wing populist support here. And you're treating them like they're babies when they are absolutely agents here that need to be examined.
I don't want to, hurt my career or reputation among mainstream media. I want to seem super reasonable. So later when I run for a higher office, I could say, see, I wasn't an anti-Semite.
I'm sorry. He does have a lot of charisma, in my opinion. I showed Cenk to my mom, and she didn't like his voice, I have to say. But I actually think that he has. I like the expressions. I like the. I'll give him that. They're funny at least. But it really does piss me the hell off that this video is entitled "Where the fuck are the right wing populist base?" People that I said would be there, right? Because that was your claim. That was your claim that we watched and tracked for months, for a year plus now.
I was super nice to Israel as they did a genocide. I was super nice to Israel as they started a disastrous war. I was super nice and cuddly with Israel as they continue to take tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars and drive us into one war after another. Oh, Ro Khanna. He was so mean with the Epstein files. You know that in Washington, they consider Ro Khanna, they're starting to consider him a radical. Ro's just a normal legislator who's like, shouldn't we find out what's in the Epstein files? It seems like they raped a lot of American girls. That seems bad. So who did it? And shouldn't we prosecute them? And
you mean every single Democrat who voted in favor of that? You mean the Democrats who are messaging tremendously, even from their official account, even sometimes for shit that's not true, by the way? Even some shit that Ro Khanna says that isn't true? Not to say that I don't like Ro Khanna, not to say that I don't think that we should message on Epstein, but the Democrats are messaging on Epstein. Absolutely.
Guys, think about it. Why was it just Ro Khanna and Tom Massey?
And it wasn't. It literally wasn't.
And later you saw at the press conference, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Nancy Mace, I think, stopped by, maybe Laura Boebert. Why isn't that press conference filled with the entire Democratic caucus? Why wasn't the entire Democratic caucus asking for the Epstein files over and over again? At the end, he embarrassed them.
Has he missed he might just have missed the entire discourse and back and forth on Epstein that's occurring in Congress, on Twitter, online. It has been one of the messaging strategies that the Democrats have most willingly accepted.
Into a vote and massively embarrass the Republicans into a vote. And in the beginning, the Democrats were like, oh, it's Trump is in charge. Okay, whew, Israel won't blame us for releasing the files. Okay, we'll pretend.
Whoa. So you have zero evidence for that, right? Like just blatant conspiracy with no evidence whatsoever. So not only is Israel the reason why the Epstein files have not been released, but Democrats know that, and the reason they're now in support of it is because they know Israel won't blame them for releasing the Epstein files, which, at least the ones that have been released, what have they shown definitively about Israel's complicity? Sorry to break it to you, but at least what's been released so far. What? Epstein had connections to members of the Israeli government. He had connections to members of the American government. He had connections to members of governments and other elites. And you're like spreading this as fact that Democrats, the reason they're now in support of the Epstein files is they won't be blamed by Israel if they're released. Totally made that up. Zero evidence whatsoever. Stated as fact.
And we're for releasing the files. Where were you fighting for it? You weren't fighting for it. Only Roe was fighting for it.
Only Roe.
And Roe's the radical? I see Roe.
I don't know who's attacking Roe that he's talking about.
Oh, everywhere fighting against this war. Stop the war. This war is a terrible idea. I don't see any other Democrats. I don't even know where Bernie is. Look, I love Bernie, but where are you? Where are all these vaunted progressives?
Right now he's doing like a town hall, or he just did. I mean, Bernie has been talking about this conflict. I just saw even there was a conservative who quoted Bernie in a conversation. They've been making the rounds, bro.
In Congress. But I know. Hate me. I'm the bad guy. I fight too much. I'm too aggressive against the war.
No. You don't fight enough. You don't fight enough the people who need to be fought against. And that is the people you said were part of the team, right? The coalition, the right-wing populist space, and their dear leader. That's who you don't fight hard enough against. Because you spend all your time fighting the donor class and Zog. Instead of maybe the people who I thought were friends of mine are bad.
Or I'm too aggressive against money in politics and the lobbies that have bought all of you. I'm too aggressive against your stupid, corrupt colleagues who cash all those checks. And you know it. If you're a so-called progressive in Congress, you know your colleagues are dirty. You know they're all cashing checks from Big Pharma, from the defense contractors, from the Israeli lobby, and they serve those lobbies. But God forbid you should harm your relationship with them. Or why don't you go to coffee and have fancy brunches in D.C. and have the media come by and go, oh, you're a star. Way to not fight. Now, remember, if you fight, we're going to call you a radical like Roe. We're going to smear you. We're going to say you're an anti-Semite, and we're going to just try to destroy you. So shut up and know your role. We didn't send all those progressives into Congress to know their role, to be quiet and do as they're told and listen to the effing Israeli lobby. Are you kidding me? Okay.
The progressives are now all bought by the Israel lobby. The progressives are bought. A lot of these people don't take any AIPAC money whatsoever and are constantly smeared as in principle anti-Semitic, as AOC was, as Rashida Tlaib was, as all the people that you're attacking have been the victim of attack by the worst forms of, of this coalition that you're talking about. And you're now saying that they're in principle being compliant to appease Israel. Total delusion.
Guys, how can you tell who's right and who's wrong? Number one, you don't have to worry about, as I said, the past. Let's say I'm a terrible guy and I'm biased.
Yeah, censored by their own party. I think Rashida Tlaib was censored by the Democrats. Am I wrong about that? I think Dan Goldman, among others, voted to censure Rashida Tlaib.
and I'm being unfair and too mean to the progressives and the Democrats in Congress. They could just prove me wrong. They could go out there and fight tomorrow and embarrass me. Please, please, please do that. Okay, now, secondly, how can you tell who's fighting and who's not fighting? Who's got your back and who doesn't? Do you see them? I mean, you see me,
I
right?
see them. I see them.
I don't mean just in this video. I don't mean just...
I see them. I see Chris Murphy fighting. I see the squad fighting. I see Bernie fighting. I see them fighting. I don't know what to tell you, dude.
Monday through Friday at 6 o'clock Eastern. I mean, we're going to have Nina Turner and Marjorie Taylor Greene on today. Our first topic is going to be about the Iran war.
Wait. What?
Nina Turner and Marjorie Taylor Greene on today.
The two of the worst people, right? Two of the worst people in politics. Oh, so you want the worst people in politics. Marjorie Taylor Greene and Nina Turner. Nina Turner, by the way, who didn't even support partisan gerrymandering in California. Oh, thank you for the raid. Ringyald raid. Appreciate you. We just want, like, the worst people ever on our show to talk about the war. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who, again, was another one of these, I don't know what to call them. Maybe they're just naive. I think there's something else to it. They're opportunistic. They're just opportunistic. They're looking for lanes for themselves, either in media or in a future political career. That's all they're doing. And if they hadn't become a pariah, they would be grumbling, but supporting in principle the president. Nina Turner, give me a break. Give me a break, Nina Turner.
Our first topic is going to be about the Iran war. And I guarantee you, both Nina, of course, Nina's a real progressive, someone who's actually on the left, actually against war, actually has courage, okay? And Marjorie's a populist on the right. And you will see Marjorie Taylor Greene, my guess is, more opposed to the war than Chuck Schumer or Hakeem Jeffries. That doesn't mean you have to give Marjorie Taylor Greene credit. It means you have to take credit away from Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and anyone who doesn't at least fight as hard against this war as Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson.
What is Marjorie Taylor Greene doing that AOC is not doing such that you're giving her credit? Seriously. What kind of critique is Marjorie Taylor Greene offering that AOC, the squad, Murphy et al. That aren't doing? What is so unique about what Marjorie Taylor Greene is offering that it's of note? Or maybe it's that you have a massive double standard. And actually, the double standard isn't even partisan, I would say. I think the double standard is who works with you, who's willing to break bread with you. By the way, even now, not that I'm anybody, I'm willing to fucking chat with Cenk. And there are plenty of people, I think, in the who are more Democrat friendly, who are willing to break bread with Cenk. But for whatever reason, there's this, like, I don't know what the feeling is or sentiment. It's this resentment. It's this boring, sullen resentment. And a massive double standard in favor of people who give him the time of day. And it's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate. Just own it. The right-wing populist base is not for real. They were never for real. You have some grumblers. You have a few influencers, perhaps. But by and large, they weren't for real. It wasn't a real revolution because they were just pissed at prices and buying fake slogans. And to the extent that this new MAGA coalition developed, it wasn't people who are tuned into politics, such that they're looking at line items at the Pentagon, or that could even point to Iran on a map. Or they support the war because it's like fucking Dave Portnoy or these tech people who all support the war. Palantir fucking, it was so funny. One of these war hawks had the Palantir CEO on as a guest to talk about the war. It's so absurd. I mean, this is part of their new coalition that won them the election, the support of these tech people, the support of these new media people, some of whom are totally disconnected and just like don't know anything. And so they're not in principle going to be ideologically hounding the administration to get changes in policy, or they're in principle in favor of intervention and always have been.
Carlson, is that too big an ask of the Democrats? And they universally say, yes, I'm the bad guy. I'm too mad about the war. The Young Turks are too aggressive against Israel. Our beloved Israel, the Democrats say. Can't find a way to criticize them. Can't find a way to criticize them. They put in $100 million in this last election cycle alone. AIPAC did. The Israeli lobby did. Number one donors to our politicians in this election cycle. Where do you think the money went? Half of it went to the Republicans, and half of it went to the Democrats. And I interviewed the state legislator from New Hampshire. You check it out on The Conversation, which is another YouTube channel we have. I did it last night, and she explained that.
What happened to the Revolution channel? By the way, crazy name for a YouTube channel. Revolution. It's maybe worse than Word War Debate. I don't know about you guys. What do you think? Revolution or Word War Debate? That said, I would love to continue participating on Revolution or on Word War Debate. I would participate on those. Notwithstanding the names. Word War Debate. We need a donor class. Thank you, Fumbunga. I appreciate you guys supporting me.
Yeah, she proposed paid family leave in New Hampshire so that moms can have a little break after they have a baby. We don't have the money for it. We have the money for $2 billion a day of this nonsensical war that only gets us killed and is totally counterproductive. But we don't have the money for paid family leave. Hey, Democrats, did you ever pass paid family leave when you were in
Oh my God.
office? It's at 84% popularity. You know what she said? Not only that, Democratic leaders, not the Republican leaders, the Democratic leaders in New Hampshire said, no, if we fight for our voters and paid family leave, the Republicans will use it against us. So, cowards. It's at 84% popularity. If you fight for it, you get more popular, not less popular. Like 90% of the Democratic Party is made up of cowards and liars. So 95%. And what are you? What are you? Are you a coward? Admit that you were wrong. 95%. So it keeps getting bigger, huh? 2/3, 75%, 95%. 90% of the Democratic Party
90.
is made up of cowards and liars. So, and you'll see it with your own eyes. You'll see it with your own eyes.
Yeah, I'm seeing it with my own eyes. The Democrats are against the war, and their base is against the war. Want to talk about 80-20 issue? It's like a 90-10 issue among the Democratic base.
You see them animated. You see them fighting. They don't have to be loud, guys. They just have to be effective.
Effective at what? Effective at what? Because of this both sidesism and this false equivalence and all this bullshit, among other reasons, there's this opinion that like nothing matters, right? That there's no difference between the parties. And as it turns out, we don't have the votes to do shit. We don't have the votes to do any of this. To stop the war. We can't. And you know what? America bears some of this blame. I totally hate this failure to assume responsibility for average Americans as well. Yes, Americans can be distracted. Not all Americans who voted for Trump are bad people. I never say that. I will always start with going after the elites. But this government, Trump, was a war hawk, a warmonger from the beginning. And the American people were fooled by him. And they delivered to him a mandate in the form of a plurality vote. He won the popular vote. And majorities in Congress. And so as a matter of fact, there's limits to what can be done here. And so what they can do is signal, and they've been signaling. And look, the entire Democratic base is against the war. You know who's not against the war? You know where work needs to be done, Cenk? Work that I thought this was your responsibility. I thought this was what you were going to do. I thought what your value add was, among others, was to get the right-wing populist base in line. Because that's what we need, right? Not Democrats to be against the war, which they are, but Republicans. That's who we need against the war. If you want to see any change, margins what they are, leadership what it is, presidency occupied by who it is,
Do you see them being effective? Do you see them doing anything? Oh, Chris Murphy said something slightly positive on air. Oh, Ruben Gallego had a nice line once. And then when they ask him, are you going to fund the war? He's like, I'm going to fund it. Don't get me wrong. I had a nice, cute, clever line against it, but we're going to fund the war. No. If you're funding this war, you're a traitor to your own Democratic voters. Over 90% of Democratic voters don't want to fund this war. So why in the world would our politicians?
Well, I agree, Cenk, that they should not. And if Ruben Gallego said that, I want to go look at the Ruben Gallego statement. Maybe it was a bad statement. But in general, no, they should not. They should not be funding it.
Fund a war that we are overwhelmingly opposed to as Democratic voters. There's only one reason, because they're corrupt and they take the same Israeli lobby money. It's not complicated, guys. It's just bribe.
That's an oversimplification as well. I mean, think about this DHS situation. Now, I think that they've taken the right position on the DHS stuff, and I want them to continue to maintain this shutdown. I have no change in opinion that the DHS stuff the standoff should end anytime soon. But the considerations aren't just AIPAC. There are actually real considerations about, well, what happens if these people die and it like looks bad for Democrats to, I don't know, not fund or be part of the thing that doesn't fund DHS. Now, I think notwithstanding that, it's important for Democrats to take this principled position against the funding. No doubt about that. That's my position. But to just be like, AIPAC, we just want our AIPAC funding. It's just about AIPAC. It's a thought terminating, I don't know what to say. It's an excuse not to think.
It's the simplest thing in the world. And they get you to believe, oh, Republicans are the bad guys. And they get the Republicans to believe Democrats are the bad guys. Oh, they're going to trans your kids. Oh, they're going to do this and that. Oh,
so they're all the same.
Okay, good.
So they're all the same.
Well, then are you going to end the wars? Oh, no, I'm not going to end the wars. Okay, then you were just a giant liar. Okay. So you see me being frustrated. I'm frustrated on your behalf because where are the fighters? Where are the people opposed to this war? I see, by the way, credit to a whole bunch of left-wing hosts. Almost all the left-wing hosts are against this war. So we've got our other differences, and they love taking pot shots at me still to this day.
True.
Bless their hearts. I don't mind. You tell everybody I'm a bad guy as long as you're against the war, okay? As long as you're against funding Israel and their war machine and the genocides. So God bless the hosts. I think the left-wing hosts have been pretty terrific about this overall, okay? And a couple of right-wing hosts, amazingly, miraculously. But the politicians are the worst of the worst. Traditional media is totally and utterly corrupt, telling you things that are just demonic. Like, what absurdities. We're helping the Iranian people by bombing the Iranian people. What the Iranian people really want is to be liberated from their lives. They love it when we drop bombs on elementary schools.
All right, this is the clip from Ken Klippenstein.
If the Pentagon asks for more funding for what's happening, would you support it?
I'm going to say that, in my opinion, I want to see at least 50% of that money has to come from the Gulf states and from Israel. We cannot continue to cut Medicaid.
So if the Pentagon comes to you and asks for more funding for this war, you're going to say 50%.
All right, that's bullshit. Ken, a clip from Ken Clip. Yeah, no, that's a bullshit statement. See, I would be okay with Cenk going hard on Gallego for that statement, for the funding stuff. I think it's bullshit. Read the Dan Pfeiffer piece against funding the war. It's overwhelmingly unpopular. I don't think that we should be funding it. I don't think we should be entertaining further requests from the Pentagon to fund an illegal and destructive and unjustified war. So I would be totally against that. This is the kind of critique that I would love to see from Cenk. Calibrated critique, tailored critique, and not this kind of like, they're all the same. They're all they're switching off who's the good and bad guy in terms of this war. When I think it's, at least as Gallego's concerned, I think it's less likely that it's like, oh, I'm just worried about my AIPAC funding. That's why I'm taking this position right now, selectively.
Everything is going great. Oh, yeah. This war is not for Israel. Only anti-Semites believe that $100 million in lobby money would affect politicians, because politicians are the most honorable people in the world. They're the best of us. And that is why when they take hundreds of millions of dollars from the Israeli lobby or big pharma or big oil or defense contractors, it never affects them. And if you say that, you are a traitor to Democrats. You are trying to help Donald Trump. Wait a minute. They're agreeing with Donald Trump. I'm fighting against them agreeing with Donald Trump. Shut up, you anti-Semite. We have eliminated all of Israel's enemies in media and politics. But no. We're not biased. We're objective. We're journalists, but we couldn't follow the money. What is $100 million? What is the top donor to Joe Biden, Donald Trump, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, Mike?
So this is Hakeem Jeffries' statement on the supplemental. Quote from Hakeem Jeffries. And again, I think Jeffries will oftentimes say some good things, but then like immediately cut it back. And this is from The Hill. Quote, the nerve of these extremists to want to raise the possibility of coming to Congress for supplemental funding related to a war that we haven't even authorized yet. More recently, Jeffries has been less adamant, emphasizing that no decisions on Democrats' position will be made before the caucus can meet as a group to discuss the strategy. Still, he's signaling the Democrats will likely oppose any additional Iran funding. That certainly is the presumption. And so maybe they do an about face. I doubt that Democrats will, by and large, support the supplemental funding. And if the point is, well, some key people that they'll like pick a cast of villains, the measure's not going to pass no matter what. Or sorry, it's in the hands of the Republicans no matter what. It's in the hands of the Republicans. Now, maybe, and this would be a total betrayal, and I would agree, this would be like fucked up, just kind of like their, the shit that happened on the shutdown. If for whatever reason, I don't know why it would, but if this, I don't know if they can do budget reconciliation on a supplemental like that. You'd have to ask IRI. But maybe to break the filibuster, if there are Democrats to get to the 60 vote threshold, I would like be incensed at that. If the legislation required, I don't know, 7 or 8 Senate Democrats, put aside Fetterman, he's lost already. And if they did that to like end the filibuster or whatever, or to, invoke cloture, that would be a cause for being incredibly incensed.
Mike Johnson, I do not know. And if you do know and you tell people, facts have a well-known history of being anti-Semites. So do not share the critical
I'm not
facts
going to Israel.
about who's funding our politicians, because if you do, we'll try to smear you and ruin your career so that no one is allowed to talk against Israel or its wars or its genocide. Look at what we did to the Democrats. Look at what we did to the so-called progressives in Congress. Even they're not saying anything against the war because mainstream media will ruin their lives.
Okay.
And they have to swear
bored of this.
loyalty and allegiance to disgustingly corrupt Democratic leadership who will tell them, bow your head. Do not oppose this war aggressively. Okay? Where are you? Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Thank you, Happy Warrior, for the gifted membership. Look, you guys are great. Come back.
Good job, Happy Warrior. All right. That's going to be it for me. And from this thing, we're about to do our legal stuff. So the main thing is about to happen. But I just wanted to start with that because here's what's so tragic. That I do find Cenk oftentimes to be affable, very charismatic, and even sometimes have a good critique. The Ruben Gallego thing, that's bullshit. Ruben Gallego should not be promising to support additional supplemental funding. And Ruben Gallego also, he has been sometimes on the weird side of votes, whether it's Lake and Riley Act, et cetera, et cetera. Understand that Gallego's from Arizona. He's from a swing state. So, I give a little bit of grace, but on this war, I don't really give much. And so good critique on that in the sense of this is what I would like to see raised. But when you make it just the Democrats are the same, they're in on it. That's bullshit. That's a lie. And that's because you can't stomach the fact that you were wrong about the nature of the right-wing populist uprising that you've said was going to lead to the populist woods. Well, are we in the populist woods, Cenk? On your own accounting, it seems like we're in the establishment swamp still, right? We're in the establishment marsh, whatever it is. Because it's all the same still. So nothing changed, right? So that failure, I think, to recognize in this flattening of conversation to AIPAC, zog, is a way, I think, of sweeping for Trump. Again, not directly, not saying that Trump is a good person, but when you say like Trump is being pushed by Israel and it's all controlled by Israel, it's a way to remove agency from Trump. It's a way to sweep for Trump. It's a way to sweep for Tucker, a way to sweep for Marjorie Taylor Greene. And it's just not true. Even if particular individual critiques are well placed against leadership or against particular senators. And especially the stuff against the squad and progressives. You didn't even bring up an example of anything they did that was wrong. That seems particularly caustic, particularly targeted and personal. But yeah, all right. That was it for our little intro thing there. Let's talk a little bit about the law. All right, folks. This is some pretty significant news. It's from our old friend, Judge Boasberg. And I think introducing this topic requires context. Contextual point number 1. Trump has always felt that he should be in complete control of the Federal Reserve and what it does. This is from term 1 on to currently. He has his particular views about what he wants to see for interest rates. The Federal Reserve is the monetary authority of the United States. It's got this weird setup where you have the Board of Governors, which is an agency of the United States, but it's different banks are this weird setup with certain board members who are from private banks and institutions. And together they have this Federal Reserve System, which, among other things, in service of its dual mandate of price stability and low unemployment, will change interest rates, which affect inflation, affect growth, right? They have certain regulatory aspects of them as well. So it's a very important entity. And Trump wants control over it. He wants to set interest rates lower. Setting interest rates lower makes it so that there's more spending, more borrowing. It heats up the economy. And right now, in case you haven't been noticing, there's signs that the economy is slowing down. Unemployment is going up. The jobs numbers aren't looking so great. And so Trump wants low interest rates to stimulate economic growth, to stimulate what, by some accounts, is an anemic economy. But there's a danger to this. What is the danger? The danger is, well, there's not been a complete relief on inflation and price stability, right? After the high inflation post-pandemic that Biden presided over and was blamed for, with Jerome Powell and the administration's targeted efforts, they managed to get inflation down to, I think at some point, 2.5, 2.9, above the target of the Federal Reserve, which is 2%. The Federal Reserve is incredibly worried about this lingering inflation, this lingering rate, which is higher than normal, because people are very sensitive to that. And it's they've shown, right, like that price stability almost is like is something that's like more sensitive. The American people are more sensitive to it. And the long-standing sort of way that the Fed operates is to target that almost first. If you go back to the days of Carter, following that recession, et cetera. So the fear is, by stimulating growth and lowering interest rates, you're going to have a positive, that is to say, an increased effect on prices. Prices are going to go up. And inflation is going to go up. And this is all in a context in which, prior to this war, tariffs are already increasing prices. And there was a planned, you'll notice, at the end of the Biden administration, they were doing phased decreases in the interest rates, but they stopped and directly cited one of the reasons for stopping the decrease in interest rates was because of the effect of tariffs. Tariffs obviously are taxes on imported goods, and they raise the price of goods that are in the United States. And so for the longest time, the administration has been incredibly incensed at Jerome Powell because he's not doing what Trump wants them to do, even though it's almost certainly what's in the best interest of the United States. The fear is that we'll head into a period of stagflation, where there's high inflation, growth in prices, and also high unemployment, or unemployment well above what's normal. But there's a limit to what Trump legally would be allowed to do with the Federal Reserve, in that one of the aims of the Project 2025 and the new administration was to like implement this unitary executive. And in doing so, it requires the president to be able to fire at will anyone under him in the executive branch. And the Supreme Court basically co-signed that for every single position, except for the Federal Reserve, on this bullshit rationale that it's historically grounded, which is total garbage. And they're going to try to overturn, and they will overturn Humphrey's executor and all, but they will overturn it. Functionally, they'll overturn it, but they'll keep it probably for the Federal Reserve. And in so doing, it limits why Trump can choose to fire a member of the federal governors, the Board of Federal Reserve Governors, whatever that is. It limits, it has to be for a good reason, for a cause, in other words. Okay. But Trump is corrupt. Trump is corrupt as fuck. And so what did Trump do? And now with the war, you start to see the gears turn even further, as the pressure on prices is going to be not just from the effect of tariffs. What you were thinking for a second, right? Like the tariffs are gone, and so now we're going to get relief. No. First of all, prices are very sticky often. That's usually a rule in the economy, is that prices are sticky. But also, he's trying to put the tariffs back on. But also now you have this war. This war that at once is probably, they're trying to get more public spending, which will, that's going to increase spending, increase potentially growth, right? And have an upward pressure on prices. But now also you have the issue of energy, where 20+% of the world's energy goes through the Strait of Hormuz, and it's closed right now. And it's going to take a while to open it back up, if it's going to be able to open it back up at all, right? So we're in a pretty shitty situation, right? And it's in that context in which this court ruling comes down. What was Trump trying to do? Trump was directing his Department of Justice to do criminal investigations into members of the Federal Reserve as a way to get around his lack of authority when it comes to firing them. He is now trying to, and has been for a while, to use the Department of Justice to coerce the Board of Governors. Not just Jerome Powell. I think her name is Lisa Cook. Is that right? Someone will correct me if that's wrong. The same shit that they tried with Letitia James, this kind of mortgage thing. And for Jerome Powell, it relates to these renovations that are occurring that apparently there's some indicia of some bad misconduct, according to the administration's story. So this is completely corrupt. It is Trump trying to use his Department of Justice to find some pretext by which to do what is statutorily not allowed for him to do, which is to fire these individuals, including Jerome Powell. Now, I actually don't know when Jerome Powell's term ends as chair of the Federal Reserve. It might end soon, in fact. I think it might end soon. But the Republicans, even the Senate Republicans, a lot of them have, not enough, but Tom Tillis and others have said, we're not going to put through any Federal Reserve nominee that you have, Trump, until and unless these investigations stop, which are baseless. And Powell released a stunning statement. I mean, Jerome Powell released this video where he's like, this is all political. Like, the sitting chair of the Federal Reserve had to release a statement basically alerting everyone that he is being attacked by the administration that he is a part of. This is it, the video message. 1 second.
Good evening.
So this is from January.
Good evening.
I think this is it. Yeah, I'll show it to you. In May, but he'll be on the board. Right.
Good evening. On Friday, the Department of Justice served the Federal Reserve with grand jury subpoenas, threatening a criminal indictment related to my testimony before the Senate Banking Committee last June. That testimony concerned in part a multi-year project to renovate historic Federal Reserve office buildings. I have deep respect for the rule of law and for accountability in our democracy. No one, certainly not the chair of the Federal Reserve, is above the law. But this unprecedented action should be seen in the broader context of the administration's threats and ongoing pressure. This new threat is not about my testimony last June or about the renovation of the Federal Reserve buildings. It is not about Congress's oversight role. The Fed, through testimony and other public disclosures, made every effort to keep Congress informed about the renovation project. Those are pretexts. The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public, rather than following the preferences of the president. This is about whether the Fed will be able to continue to set interest rates based on evidence and economic conditions, or whether instead monetary policy will be directed by political pressure or intimidation. I have served at the Federal Reserve under 4 administrations, Republicans and Democrats alike. In every case, I have carried out my duties without political fear or favor, focused solely on our mandate of price stability and maximum employment. Public service sometimes requires standing firm in the face of threats. I will continue to do the job the Senate confirmed me to do, with integrity and a commitment to serving the American people. Thank you.
So, like, this is a scandal, man. And we already, a lot of us, like, forgot about it. This would be an apocalyptic scandal in any other administration. I mean, the president is trying to do the very thing that we didn't want presidents to do with the Federal Reserve. That is to say, politically coerce the Federal Reserve in a way that is like, it's a Pandora's box of corruption. In the run-up to election, you just lower interest rates and you make the economy go wild, right? With reckless abandon. You adjust interest rates to, you know, match your trades or bets or whatever you're doing in whatever you need. Which, again, Trump, in every other domain, whenever you see some like major policy, you'll see traders and little spikes in whatever the monitoring metrics are, whether it's stocks, whether it's certain financial instruments. You'll definitely see the conduct of private actors kind of preempt the news, and that's true of tariffs as well. And it's one of the reasons why the tariff issue was so fucking important, because it gave him an opportunity, not for emergencies, but just for like blatant graft and bribery, to adjust things until he gets like a gift from whatever, or he's praised, or he's lavished with gifts from whoever it is that needs to get his favor. This would be just total dangerous, uncapped source of potential corruption if presidents had this kind of authority. And that's why presidents have maintained this distance and let the Federal Reserve just do what it's going to do, right? Not Donald Trump. And so this decision that we're about to take a look at, that decision is the district court, right? In Ray grand jury subpoenas number whatever, with respect to those grand jury subpoenas, it's the Board of Governors, right? The Federal Reserve Board of Governors is suing the United States of America. You understand what I'm saying? So the Fed is suing America with respect to these subpoenas. And this is necessary because of how corrupt how corrupt Trump is and has been with the Department of Justice. And thankfully, we have a pissed off chief district judge of the District of Columbia presiding. This is our good friend, honest patriot, honest judge, Judge Boasberg. And the opinion starts. Jerome Too Late Powell has done it again. He is too late and actually too angry, too stupid, too political to have the job of Fed chair. He is costing our country trillions of dollars. Put another way, Too Late is a total loser and our country is paying the price. That is one of at least 100 statements that the president or his deputies have made attacking the chair of the Federal Reserve and pressuring him to lower interest rates. So is this. Too Late Jerome Powell is costing our country hundreds of billions of dollars. He is truly one of the dumbest and most destructive people in government. Too late's an American disgrace. Yet the president has been unable to push rates lower through social media posts. He has thus hinted at other options. I want to get him out. I may have to force something. Several months ago, he mused that if the Fed does not cut rates, he would have to force them. Appointed officials in the White House press secretary have taken up the call. Members of our own government calling on congressional investigations to the Fed. The White House press secretary saying the administration is looking into the Fed's renovations. Perhaps it comes as no surprise then the D.C. U.S. Attorney's Office has recently opened a criminal investigation into Powell. It has served 2 subpoenas on the Federal Reserve Board of Governors seeking records about recent renovations on the board's buildings and testimony that Powell delivered to Congress that briefly discussed those renovations. Same shit they did with Comey. Same shit, right? Try to find some statement that they're going to try to judo into a lie. Just like they tried to do with James Comey, if you remember. They don't do the mortgage thing, they do the congressional testimony meme. The board has now responded with a motion to quash. Right? So this is the board saying, we want you to quash these subpoenas. Court. Contending that the subpoenas are merely part of the game plan to pressure Powell to bend to the president's wishes or to get rid of him. The case thus asks, did prosecutors issue these subpoenas for a proper purpose? The court finds that they did not. There is abundant evidence that the subpoena's dominant, if not sole purpose, is to harass and pressure Powell either to yield to the president or to resign and make way for a Fed chair who will. On the other side of the scale, the government has offered no evidence whatsoever that Powell committed any crime other than displeasing the president. The courts must thus conclude that the asserted justification for these subpoenas are mere pretexts. It will therefore grant the board's motion to quash. It will also grant the board's motion to partially unseal a motion to quash, related briefing, and this opinion. So keep this in mind, right? A subpoena is different than a warrant. A subpoena is different than a warrant. So the allegation here isn't that the warrant, that there's like some sort of warrant where there isn't probable cause or something. It's that the subpoenas are being requested or are being served for an improper pretext. So they went to the grand jury to get subpoenas, and the Federal Reserve ran to the district court to get a motion to quash, and on the basis that the subpoenas are just pretextual. Factual background, monetary policy poses a constant trade-off. Lowering interest rates can create jobs, lift wages, but also speed up inflation. The full force of those effects does not arrive simultaneously. Instead, lower rates can trigger a quick boom, while the inflation that they spur often does not fully kick in until later. This is the fear, right? The fear that a corrupt president like the one we have now will trigger a quick boom, right, to get the economy better, but just before an election, and then the consequences only come after that, after they're entrenched in power. Those short-term benefits and long-term costs create a conflict between what is best for incumbent politicians and what is best for the nation's long-term economic stability. No politicians are more accountable for the nation's economic performance and so more tempted to cut rates for immediate gain than our presidents. Congress foresaw that danger. It therefore entrusted rate setting to the Federal Reserve and shielded it from political pressure. Note, this is not the only agency that Congress foresaw a conflict of interest with the political branches. And they made other independent agencies, but the Supreme Court has, till now, been very willing to strike those agencies down as too independent, or at least to suggest the president can remove at will their leaders. Under the system that Congress created, a target interest rate is set by the Federal Open Market Committee. A target, right? The FOMC is composed of the governors of the Federal Reserve Board, who can be removed only for cause. This is the statute that provides for that. And members from the Fed's regional reserve banks, like the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, in whose selection the president plays no role. Trump has long objected to that insulation, has strenuously pushed for lower rates. Quote, "I feel the president should have at least a say in interest rates," he said. "I feel that strongly." After hectoring the Fed to lower rates and expressing the frustration that it has not listened, Trump joked, "Am I allowed to appoint myself as the Fed? I'd do a much better job than these people." More recently, as he considered whom to appoint as the Fed's next chair, Trump vowed, "Anyone that disagrees with me will never be Fed chairman." Until such replacement arrives, the Fed is chaired by Jerome Powell. Even as the president has publicly badgered the Fed to lower rates, Powell and the FOMC have steered an independent course based on their reading of economic data. So this is a shot at Trump, comparing Trump's Truth Social. Too late should cut interest rates meaningfully. Compare that with the press release from the Board of Governors, keeping rates steady because of economic activity expanded at a solid pace, jobs gains have remained low, unemployment rates have shown some signs of stabilization, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. So comparing the unhinged rantings of this lunatic to the kind of sober analysis. During Powell's tenure, this has usually meant raising rates. That has displeased Trump. During his first and second terms, he has kept up a near constant campaign to push the Fed to lower rates and has publicly berated it when it has not obliged. I hope you guys remember when we had that debate with Andrew Wilson. This is one of the few times in which it wasn't a real debate between me and Andrew Wilson because there were so many people there that it was hard to get a word in edgewise. He blamed Biden for inflation because he's like, well, Biden's overseeing the Federal Reserve and they're lowering interest rates. And the second that I was like, no, he's not. I mean, they're raising interest rates. And then I'm like, well, you know that Trump wants to lower interest rates. That's what he's talking about. The dude shut up pretty quickly after that and then started like spazzing out. Andrew Wilson is like such a weasel in these debates. He's like not a smart guy. I don't know why. We should do at some point an examination. I was going to talk to one of his fans, but he never responded after I followed up on DMs on this like force doctrine thing. It's the worst thing I've ever heard. It's like an invalid argument. It's part of it is incoherent. And people will like pay money to hear this guy like give debate lectures or something. It's crazy. I'm not running from debating. He's running for me. There have been multiple groups that have offered to do it. And he's like, no, he has to pay me $5,000 or whatever, $4,000. Trump has specifically aimed his anger at Chair Powell. By the way, Trump appointed Powell initially. For years, he has berated Powell, threatened him, ordered him to lower rates, or done all three at once. And look at how many examples we have. 2025, 2019, 2025. Who's the bigger enemy, Jay Powell or Chairman G? Being perceived as the president's adversary has become risky in recent years. That's a euphemism. That's a way of underselling it. In his second term, Trump has urged the DOJ to prosecute such people, and the department's prosecutors have listened. For instance, the president exhorted the attorney general to prosecute James Comey, Adam Schiff, and Letitia James. Within weeks, prosecutors indicted Comey and James and were investigating Schiff. Consistent with this pattern, DOJ has now set its sights on Powell. The Federal Reserve's Board of Governors has been renovating some of its buildings for several years, and the renovations have cost much more than originally projected. The D.C. U.S. Attorney's Office opened a grand jury investigation into the renovations and into testimony that Powell had given before the Senate Banking Committee that briefly touched on them, 9 years after the board approved the renovation plan, and 4 years after construction began. Blank, after that investigation opened, the president reportedly excoriated a gathering of U.S. attorneys for not moving faster to prosecute his opponents. The next day, our U.S. Attorney's Office served 2 subpoenas on the board. One demanded records about the renovations. The other sought records related to Powell's testimony. When the board did not timely respond to the subpoenas, the government filed a motion to compel with this court. The board, in turn, filed a motion to quash the subpoenas. At a hearing before the court in February, the parties agreed to consolidate their motions into a single case. The board also filed a motion to partially unseal. Thank you so much for the gifted. Oh, appreciate you, Vasaraka. Thank you so much. And it has since asked the court to unseal redacted versions of the government's opposition to the motion to quash. The court heard arguments on both the merits and question of disclosure. So they are disclosing it, and part of the reason we know is because this opinion was released. The court starts with the motion to quash, then analyzes the motion to unseal. Motion to quash. This section briefly addresses the board's standing to move to quash the subpoenas. Next considers the standard governing its motion, right? So like, can the board of governors actually seek to quash the subpoena? Not just anyone can seek to quash the subpoena. A party must have standing. The government, however, has not challenged the board's standing here. It did not raise any standing objections in its briefing. And at our hearing, it affirmatively disclaimed any standing arguments. It has therefore waived any objections, unlike with the challenges to Article 3 standing. One can waive challenges to standing to quash a subpoena. That is because standing to quash a subpoena is not a prerequisite to a court's jurisdiction. It does not ask whether a dispute is an Article 3 case or controversy, nor does it test a court's statutory jurisdiction. It simply asks whether the movement is entitled to a remedy because he has a cognizable interest in subpoenaed records. In that sense, it is like standing to seek to suppress evidence the government obtained by allegedly violating the Fourth Amendment. So this is not Article 3 standing for purposes of subject matter jurisdiction. It's whether or not you have an interest in quashing a subpoena. It's not a test of the court's inherent jurisdiction. The Supreme Court has made clear that Fourth Amendment standing is not a jurisdictional question, but instead part of the merits of a Fourth Amendment claim. By that same logic, a challenge to a party standing to quash must also be a merits argument. If it is, then it can be waived. Even if the court had to consider the board's standing sua sponte, the board would check the box easily. The case law on standing to quash a grand jury subpoena is admittedly thin. What cases do exist suggest that a party has standing if it has some interest in the subpoena documents, say a property interest or privilege. The board clearly does. After all, the subpoena seeks its documents. Beyond the fact that it possesses the requested documents, the board might also need to show that subpoenas should be quashed because they violated the board's rights. That is, the government's improper purpose threatens a right or interest of the board's as opposed to Powell's personal rights. The board would clear that bar too. Its claims of these subpoenas' purpose is to circumvent the board's statutory protections from political pressure and control. True, the subpoenas do that by targeting Powell, but according to the board, going after Powell is simply the means to the government's end of eroding the board's statutory independence. And this is just like obviously true. Right? If Powell had done what Trump asked, they wouldn't be going after Powell. That is so clear. The purpose threatens the legal interest of the board beyond any personal right or interest of Powell himself. Even if the government had not waived a standing challenge, then it would fail. Standard, a court may quash a subpoena. So this is the substantive standard. If compliance would be unreasonable or oppressive. Even if a criminal subpoena does not ultimately lead. Thank you so much. Memberships, you guys are the best. Ultimately does not lead to a prosecution, being subject to one can still impose costs. The subpoena's target might need to hire a lawyer, shoulder the burdens of compliance, and live with anxiety and fear, knowing that he is under criminal investigation. While the grand jury subpoena power is broad, so we're not just talking about warrants. This is a broader power than the power to seek a warrant. It is accordingly not unlimited under the federal rules of criminal procedure. As relevant here, a unanimous chorus of sister circuits agree that courts may quash subpoenas the government issued for an improper purpose. The D.C. Circuit has yet to weigh in. So this is the First Circuit, the Fourth Circuit, the Fifth Circuit, the Sixth Circuit, the Eighth Circuit, Ninth Circuit, 10th Circuit, the 11th Circuit, and see also this case from the D.C. Circuit. Courts may quash federal agency investigative subpoena if it was issued for an improper purpose. Trump v. Vance strongly suggesting, this is Cyrus Vance, okay, not J.D. Vance. Cyrus Vance Jr. strongly suggesting that courts should quash grand jury subpoenas with improper purposes. So that was the case in which there was the city, right, before Alvin Bragg, Cyrus Vance Jr. was the district attorney for Manhattan, and they were trying to get his taxes and shit. That said, a subpoena might have been issued for multiple reasons, some proper, others not. Where should the courts draw the line? Almost all of our circuits agree that a subpoena should be quashed if its sole or dominant purpose is improper, or some variation of those words. First Circuit says primary, Second Circuit says sole or dominant, Third Circuit says sole or dominant, Fourth Circuit says sole or dominant, Fifth says sole or principal, Sixth says sole or dominant, Eighth says sole or dominant, 11th says whether it was solely or primarily, 9th, sole purpose. 10th, primary, but applying the rule as if it was sole. Other courts in the district have adopted the sole or dominant purpose standard. In addition, the parties themselves expressly agreed at the hearing that this standard should govern. The court will follow overwhelming authority, and thus, so when you see, and I haven't seen Piero's response. I saw like a clip of it. There is a standard here that needs to be applied. It's not just you can subpoena whatever you want all the time. And it's ironic that Trump has argued to quash subpoenas before, and so clearly there's some basis under which you can reject subpoenas. With the basic framework set, the court now turns to what makes a purpose improper and the side of the line on which these subpoenas fall. It will first set out the central teachings from the case law and then apply them to the matter. Surveying precedent, the court distills 4 lessons. First, courts have recognized 2 improper purposes that seem especially relevant here. Prosecutors may not use a grand jury to engage in arbitrary fishing expeditions or to select targets of investigation out of malice or an intent to harass. So if they singled out an opponent of the president out of malice or to harass him, including by fishing around for some crime to pin on him, that would not be kosher. Separately, Trump versus Vance suggests that if prosecutors are forbidden from meddling with an official's duties, they cannot use criminal investigations to pressure him into enacting their preferred policies. Right? You can't subpoena. This is an extension, you might say, of a version of the immunity decision, right? You can't use subpoenas to try to pressure public policy. That's an improper purpose. In Vance, state prosecutors had issued grand jury subpoenas seeking financial records concerning Trump and his business. The court did not decide whether those subpoenas were proper, but it warned that state DAs cannot use grand jury subpoenas to interfere with the president's official duties. It reasoned that because the Supremacy Clause bars state prosecutions from interfering in the president's policy decisions, they cannot turn to subpoenas to try to manipulate a president's policy decisions or retaliate against the president for official acts. Although, just keep in mind, Boasberg will have to explain this, why that state-federal nexus, which is present in the Vance case, isn't present here. That warning extended a well-established principle. A government official cannot indirectly do what she is barred from doing directly. And that's where he's going to hook it in, is that it's not that there's a necessary federal versus state nexus that leads to the result in one case versus another. It's you can't use this other power to get a way to do something you can't do in the first place. As noted above, the president and his appointees may not interfere with the federal chair's choice about monetary policy. Vance thus suggests, I agree, it's a suggestion. I don't think that it's explicitly holds it. In addition to the president's appointees may not use grand jury subpoenas to pressure the chair to take certain actions. While these 2 improper purposes seem especially relevant here, and I think this is actually so one is the kind of like the arbitrary fishing expedition and targeting people out of malice. That seems like one. Like you can't target people to harass them. You can't target people just to look for something. That those are part of the same kind of an arbitrary or fishing expedition, improper purpose. And then there's the specific purpose of messing with something that you're not allowed to mess with. And that here is the Federal Reserve independence. With those 2 improper purposes, while those 2 seem relevant here, the case law's second teaching is that an abusive purpose need not be clearly identified in precedents for a court to deem it improper. Indeed, improper purposes are as numerous and protean as are the opportunities for prosecutors to misuse their power. Consider the expansive and expanding list that the courts have identified, often for the first time in the case then at bar. For example, prosecutors cannot harass a target with subpoenas with no expectation that any testimony concerning the commission of a crime would be forthcoming. They may not use grand jury subpoenas to get evidence for a separate civil case, thereby evading the rules of civil discovery, or to get evidence for an already indicted criminal case, thus skirting criminal discovery, or to demand details that are irrelevant to the crime under investigation but that would chill First Amendment rights, or to subpoena journalists in bad faith solely to expose confidential sources, or to drag a witness before the grand jury over and over in hopes that he might contradict himself so as to expose himself to a perjury prosecution. So in other words, it's not the list is not just like a limited list that has already been, that everything's been discovered already. There's a list of things that have happened, but it doesn't necessarily rely on that being the only set of improper purposes, that sometimes you can discover new improper purposes. With varied improper purposes popping up on different occasions, it is clear that such purposes cannot be reduced to a fixed and exhaustive list. In none of the cases above did the court take a subpoena's purportedly improper purpose, hold it up to a list of improper purposes that other courts had already recognized, and say that a match was required. Instead, when new facts presented new ways that prosecutors might be abusing their subpoena power, courts do not hesitate to declare those purposes improper. See, this case, previous case law had listed some examples of bad faith, but not an exclusive statement about the meaning of bad faith. Future cases may reveal the need to prevent other forms of agency abuse. Just because the Supreme Court has never confronted allegations like the one before us does not mean that the federal judiciary is powerless to structure relief when necessary. Returning to the case at hand, while these subpoena's purpose would be improper if it resembled the forbidden purposes identified in our enterprises in Vance, that is not necessary. The court would still quash them if they were issued for an improper purpose that prior cases had no occasion to identify. So we've identified some improper purposes in the past that this looks very similar to, but we're not doctrinally limited to get a matching case. We can discover other improper purposes and act upon them. And we would. That is the court. Third, the government is not necessarily acting for a proper purpose just because it seeks information relevant to a criminal investigation. Someone can move to quash a subpoena because it is irrelevant or because it serves an improper purpose. A subpoena thus might be quashed because it is irrelevant, regardless of its purpose, or it can be quashed for having an improper purpose, even though it asked for information relevant to a criminal investigation. Consider a subpoena hunting for evidence in an already indicted case. It is plainly seeking relevant evidence, yet it is an improper purpose to use the grand jury to bolster trial testimony. Applying that principle here, the subpoenas are certainly relevant to a criminal investigation, yet if they constitute an improper use of the grand jury, then they have an improper purpose. Fourth, the strength of a movement's evidence of an improper purpose determines how much the government must show to substantiate its asserted proper purpose. By the way, folks, did this all sound very... So when I was giving you my rundown on what I look to when I consider whether I ethically support a lawsuit or not, a lot of it was determined on this kind of proper improper purpose analysis. Not that I'm saying that that's legally required in the case of civil lawsuits or whatever. I'm just saying that this coincides with my ethical priors about what I view to be a worthwhile exercise of authority, either from a civil litigation perspective or from a government regulatory, government investigation perspective. To be clear, the movement bears a burden of showing an improper purpose, no doubt. That burden is heavy since it requires rebutting the presumption of regularity attached to a grand jury's proceeding, and that presumption cannot be rebutted by mere speculation or conjecture. That said, if the movement overcomes the presumption, the government's burden to justify subpoena will depend on how much evidence of an improper purpose the movement put forth. That follows naturally from seeking a subpoena's dominant purpose. The more evidence that there is that purpose is improper, the more is needed to show that a proper purpose nonetheless dominated. So you got to show an improper purpose, all right? So, but it's linked to whether or not it's the dominant, right? So how much evidence, in other words, the different factors are linked. On the one hand, you have the initial burden to show the existence or non-existence of an improper purpose, improper, and this is on the movement. Okay, but once we have that, the burden shifts to the government, and they are going to say, well, this wasn't around, or this wasn't the dominant purpose, but how much they're going to have to show regarding its dominance or whatever is related to how much evidence exists for the initial improper purpose. In other words, these tests, they relate to each other. Since a grand jury subpoena's proper purpose is investigating suspicious facts that might suggest a crime, that means showing a stronger basis for such an investigation, right? And that's natural. That's not inventing a new probable cause standard for grand jury subpoenas. It's saying, to the extent that there's an improper purpose analysis, if someone has produced an improper purpose, the existence or non-existence of facts that would tend to show criminality, that is evidence in favor of the improper purpose not being dominant for purposes of the analysis. I'm sorry, I'm saying purpose a lot, but I hope that makes sense. To be sure, the Supreme Court has held that the government need not establish probable cause, before issuing a grand jury subpoena. Yet the court rejected that only as a universal threshold requirement. As explained above, the separate rule that subpoenas may be quashed if their dominant purpose is improper requires weighing the evidence of improper purpose against the strength of the government's reason for issuing the subpoena. In the rare case when the evidence of improper purpose is overwhelming, that might require the government to show something akin to probable cause, right? If there is a case in which there's overwhelming improper purpose, you might need to actually show probable cause in that specific situation. That specific situation, which in fact we are in, right? We're in that situation. We're in the situation in which we have overwhelming evidence of an improper purpose here. Even if the Supreme Court's case law should instead be read as holding the government need never show probable cause, there remains a wide range of showings below that the threshold that a court might require to satisfy itself the government is not abusing the court's process. The question is purely academic in this case, however, since, as discussed below, the government's complete lack of substantiation falls short of any possible showing that could be required. With those lessons in hand, the court applies them to the facts. You're a bit behind, but how is the judge able to quote Truth Social posts? Were they submitted as evidence amounts? So we're not dealing with the rules of evidence, okay? The rules of evidence don't turn on automatically in every legal setting. As well as the court will often just take judicial notice of things that are like publicly available legislation, publicly available statements that are on the record, those kinds of things. But the court is not itself bound by the rules of evidence in every single situation. Sometimes they are, like at a trial, sometimes at an evidentiary hearing, but there's no like need to introduce them as such. The court can, on its own, either if it's cited, can just take judicial notice, and this is not like necessarily an area where you should expect the formalities of the rules of evidence to be applied. If that's what you're getting at. I hope that answers the question. The board contends that the government issued these subpoenas for the improper purpose of harassing and pressuring Powell to lower interest rates or to resign and make way for a more pliant chair. There can be little debate that such purpose would be improper. As just discussed, existing case law warns that prosecutors may not harass, right? You can't harass. And it implies that if prosecutors or the president who appointed and can fire them are legally barred from interfering in officials' policy choices, they may not use grand jury subpoenas in an attempt to influence them. So that's the two rationales. That's the two improper purposes that have been recognized. And Boasberg here is making a distinction between them. One, which is like very clearly case law for the harassment fishing expedition. And then the second of like interference rationale, also appropriately suggesting that is like just suggested by the Vance case, not necessarily, a binding exception that has been recognized in the circuit or whatever. True, no case says that federal prosecutors cannot target the head of an independent agency to pressure him to knuckle or step aside. That purpose would still be improper, though. It would sick prosecutions on people because the president dislikes them, use criminal subpoenas as a form of official coercion, and thwart statutes protecting the agency's independence. Even if no one has ever tried that before, a novel improper purpose is improper all the same. What the court must determine is whether the board is correct in its inference. In other words, what is these subpoenas' dominant purpose? A mountain of evidence suggests that the dominant purpose is to harass Powell and pressure him to lower rates. Of course they are. And nobody, not even the most sycophantic Trump dick suck, can look into the camera and say that if Jerome Powell had listened to Trump, he wouldn't have been investigated. Everyone knows that is a central reason for why this even exists in the first place. For years, the president has publicly targeted Powell because the Fed is not delivering the low rates that Trump demands. And we have all those examples. Take one of many examples of Trump pressuring Powell to lower rates, then attacking and threatening him when the Fed does not oblige. In the run-up to the last FOMC meeting, Trump declared our rates should be 3 points lower than they are, saving us $1 trillion. Blah, 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 blah. If he continues to refuse, the board should assume control and do what everyone knows has to be done. That afternoon, Trump fired Commissioner of Labor Statistics and warned that Jerome Too Late Powell should also be put out to pasture. Hours later, he declared Too Late Powell should resign. Indeed, the president has often said that he wants Powell out of the way. Alleged president. Trump recently declared that if the Fed does not cut rates, I may be forced to do something. When Trump is not openly considering getting rid of Powell, he is candidly looking forward to the day when Powell will be gone and replaced by a chair who will vote how the president wants. Apparently running out of patience, the White House recently launched a campaign to investigate Powell. Last July, William Pulte, the director of Federal Housing Finance Agency, posted a letter on X asking Congress to investigate Powell over his political bias, the board's renovations, and Powell's testimony about them, which Pulte pointedly suggested would let the president remove Powell for cause. A few hours later, President Trump reposted an article about Pulte's letter, adding, "Too late should resign immediately." Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt then announced that the administration led by the president is looking into the renovations. Trump has since often called them out, along with his usual demands for lower rates. I'd love to fire him. Maybe I still might. Where Pulte and Trump pointed, the U.S. Attorney's office followed. It opened a grand jury investigation into the renovations in Powell's testimony and served the 2 subpoenas at issue here. In sum, the president spent years essentially asking if no one will rid him of the troublesome Fed chair. He then suggested a specific line of investigation into him, which had been proposed by a political appointee with no role in law enforcement, who hinted that it could be a way to remove Powell. The president's appointed prosecutor promptly complied. Those facts strongly implied the investigation was launched for an improper purpose, as were the resulting subpoenas. True, most of the evidence above speaks to the motives of the president, not the U.S. Attorney's Office, yet judges are not required to exhibit a naivete from which ordinary citizens are free. The U.S. Attorney was appointed by the president and can be fired by him. Her peer 1 district over was recently pushed out for refusing to prosecute the president's appointees. That's in the Eastern District of Virginia, by the way. That's the case against Comey. That's the case against Letitia James. The signal to the other U.S. attorneys was hard to miss. Indeed, this U.S. Attorney's Office has targeted the president's opponents before, reposting an article about Democratic members of Congress who posted video telling service members to fire illegal orders, with this article from the New York Times saying that the DC U.S. Attorney's Office tried to indict all these people. So they have acted on him before, and they've tried to. It is a natural inference that the president's appointee was responding to his desires, whether real or perceived here. Against such extensive and persuasive evidence of improper motive, the government counters with only a tenuous assertion of a legitimate purpose. In its briefing, the government's sole justification for investigating the renovation is that it went far over budget, raising the specter of fraud. But buildings often go over budget. That fact standing alone hardly suggests that a crime occurred, nor is there any reason to think the project was especially prone to fraud. On the contrary, the board's independent inspector general had full access to project information on costs, contracts, schedules, and expenditures, and receives monthly reports on the program. He audited the renovation several years ago and raised no concerns of fraud. As for Powell's testimony, the government vaguely intimates that it contained possible discrepancies and was possibly problematic. What those discrepancies or problems might be, it does not or cannot say. Indeed, most members of the committee that Powell testified before, including a majority of each party's members, as well as the committee chair, have said they do not think that he committed any crime. Statement of Senator Tom Tillis, statement of Chairman Scott, top Republican senator says Powell didn't commit a crime. Searching for any reason to suspect that Powell might have lied to Congress, the only one the court can descry is that he testified at a hearing. The government might as well investigate him for mail fraud because someone once saw him send a letter. Of course, the government might not want to tip its hand by showing its investigative target, Powell or the board, what evidence it has already collected. What up, Tomato? And you're welcome, Andros. Indeed, many prosecutors would understandably want to hold their cards close to the vest. Respecting this prerogative, the court at the hearing invited the government to submit any additional justifications for the subpoena ex parte, which means by itself. So you had the opportunity at this moment in time, right? When you're not going to show your hand, just show it to me, Boasberg. Show me the additional evidence you have of a crime. Noting that district court may require the government reveal information in camera, which is another way of saying like ex parte, behind closed doors, unsealed, right? Oh, sorry, sealed. In fact, in other recent cases in which subpoena targets have moved to quash, the government has submitted ex parte the evidence that led to it to suspect wrongdoing. In our case, however, the government at the hearing declined to offer any other evidence, nor has it supplied any written ex parte submission. The court is thus left with no credible reason to think that the government is investigating suspicious facts as opposed to targeting a disfavored official. When the evidence of improper motive is so strong and the justification for these subpoenas are so tenuous, it is hard to see the renovations and testimony as anything other than a convenient pretext for launching a criminal investigation that the government launched for another unstated purpose, pressuring Powell to knuckle under. Of course! In light of all the evidence, the only reasonable inference is the government targeted Powell out of malice or an intent to harass and has launched a fishing expedition to either find something to pin on him or pressure him to fold. That harassment seems aimed at bulldozing the Fed's statutory independence. The court will therefore grant the motion to quash. Next up is the motion to partially unseal. Grand jury investigations play out in two fronts. First, there's what happens in the grand jury room itself, and this is very secret. Second, there's legal disputes that are related to but not part of the matter in front of the grand jury. Those so-called ancillary proceedings typically involve fights over what may be presumed presented to the grand jury, disputes over privilege, etc., etc. In ordinary cases, those records are presumptively accessible. Because of the need to preserve grand jury secrecy, records in ancillary proceedings are sealed to the extent that they would reveal previously unknown details of the grand jury's investigation. That principle is codified in this rule of criminal procedure. When facts are already publicly known, they lose protection. That only makes sense if everyone already knows about a matter occurring before the grand jury, then sealing is no longer necessary to prevent its disclosure. To remove this protection, however, the disclosure must have been made by someone with authoritative knowledge of the matter. To the extent that the ancillary records would reveal such already known details, then they may be unsealed. Here, the board seeks to unseal redacted versions of its motion to quash, the opposition, and this opinion, etc. Despite what the government suggests in its opposition, those documents are not themselves protected by grand jury secrecy. They're ancillary. The question is whether unsealing them would reveal previously unknown details about a matter occurring before the grand jury, such as the existence of the investigation into Powell, the subpoenas seeking records, and the subpoenas seeking records related to Powell's testimony. The answer is clearly no. Those details have already been authoritatively disclosed. The board posted a statement by Powell stating that the Department of Justice served the subpoenas. The statement added the subpoenas were meant to retaliate against the board. For good measure, the U.S. Attorney Janine Pirro confirmed the disclosure. She explained the U.S. Attorney's Office contacted the Federal Reserve, but were ignored. Two authoritative sources, the subpoenaed witness and the U.S. Attorney herself, have revealed that this exists, and they've revealed that they were served with subpoenas. Anything in the relevant records that would otherwise reveal those details may now be unsealed. The board has proposed redactions that would preserve the secrecy of some still unknown details. It has not, for example, asked for the disclosure of subpoenas themselves, just a part of its motion that gave a very general description of them. The court agrees those redactions are proper. The government has proposed 2 more redactions. It wants to redact a sentence noting that one subpoena requests material regarding his testimony, but that is probably known. Conclusion. A mountain of evidence suggests the government served these subpoenas on the board to pressure its chair into voting for lower interest rates or resigning. On the other side of the scale, the government has produced essentially zero evidence to support Chair Powell of a crime. Indeed, its justification are so thin and unsubstantiated that the court can only conclude that they are pretextual. The court therefore finds the subpoenas were issued for an improper purpose and will quash them. It will also unseal redacted versions of the motion to quash, the related briefing, and this opinion. Chief Judge Boasberg. Based as hell. So what's the conclusion to draw from this? The conclusion to draw from this is what we've already known. This government will do anything to pressure its own agency, right? The Federal Board of Governors, to do corrupt shit for Trump, to benefit him politically. What they want to do is lower interest rates in the short term in the lead up to the election, the midterms. That's what they want to do. But that, in addition to its illegal and unjustified war in Iran, will have deleterious long-term effects in that it will raise inflation. It will cause problems, and it doesn't make good economic sense to do so. And they have no boundaries, absolutely no boundaries. They will go after anyone on the thinnest and barest of pretexts. In this context, I don't think anyone should believe a statement by the administration at face value, ever. And yeah, that's it. That's our fucking update here. How you folks doing? Are you learning? You're back. What up, Chicken Strangler? Hope you're doing well, Mr. Strangler. What's going on with Ryan Mullally? He's debating on Wick TV. Is that true? I'm also done with if there are people, whatever, the call-in people. Someone mentioned call-ins. I'm done with law stuff. So that was it. Oh, also Nintendo. They want their tariffs. Nintendo wants their tariffs. How much are they asking for? Is there a quantity here? Oh, well. Yeah, but let's... Because I had to pay more money than I would have for a Nintendo Switch 2. When do I get my refund? This directly affected me. Directly. Updates also on, let me think. On the war, there's this bombing of an important like island where oil is like funneled through. It just does seem like the administration is stuck in terms of escalation. Because on the one hand, you have this threat by Trump that like I'll go after all your oil infrastructure unless you open up the Strait of Hormuz. And you have to doubt whether or not, even if he is willing to bomb the oil infrastructure of Iran, which Israel did, right? Even if he was willing to do that, and they like acquiesce and open the Strait of Hormuz, that will like prevent him from bombing it in the future, right? They have no reason, in other words, to believe Trump's threats on, like, he's willing to do fucked up shit for sure. He's willing to attack and he's willing to take it an extra mile, but they can't trust that the kind of carrot is going to be able to be trusted. So if you're being threatened by Trump, where Trump releases the statement, if you don't open the Strait of Hormuz, we will attack more extensively this oil infrastructure. Why would you, if you're the Iranian regime, believe that if you just comply, if you listen to the administration, it'll actually produce the result that they promise? I don't think that there's anything about how the administration is posturing itself with negotiations that the Iranians can rely on. And they need to reestablish deterrence. They need to reestablish a disincentive to attack them. And that doesn't happen, I don't think, until we get the pain inflicted on us more and more. In other words, I think it's now a strategic aim of Iran to inflict as much pain to the world economy as possible. And given that that's what I think a strategic aim of Iran is, I really don't think that we should expect to see them comply with Trump's threats. And so we're just like left with this continuing ratchet up. But it's not clear to me that Trump is willing to back away with nothing, without a narrative. And this, I think, might inevitably lead to troops on the ground. Yeah, there's no point in negotiations with Trump. His word means nothing. They attack their leaders while they're negotiating. They literally attack the negotiators. And so if Iran does not comply, I think the only thing this administration knows is continue to try to brute force your way through something. It's no different than how they're reacting in terms of some of these investigations. So I would expect to see additional provocations, additional escalation. We have some reports that a expeditionary force has made its way towards the combat zone. And so I would not be surprised to see boots on the ground. And they're not being forthcoming instantly about the nature of the casualties that we're suffering. So yeah, it's a pickle. And what are the winning conditions? How do we know if America has won? There has been little, if any, description of the win conditions. I struggled with this with Connor. It's like, even if you think that the administration is right to target the regime with war, you need to be realistic about what is possible with these set of clowns leading it. With clowns like this, how can there be a successful resolution of the conflict if they can't even describe, either because of incompetence or because they had no clue what they were doing when they got into it? How can they describe, when they can't even describe the aims? One wonders whether this was just a moment of Trumpian exuberance, in that he felt so emboldened by his previous strikes in Venezuela and the 12-day war in Iran last year that he thought he was invincible. I'm like pretty convinced that an aspect of Trump's own mental quirks plays a role here. And I don't really suspect that they're going to make heads or tails of what's to come, presuming that like we have ground troops deployed, that they're going to be able to be forthright with the American people to discuss what's happening and how close we are to our goals. Remember, this is a country with an organized military of hundreds of thousands, million plus. Leaks from the Pentagon say the military leaders were hesitant to do the campaign, but Trump pushed for it anyway. I saw the New York Times reporting that they've assessed it highly unlikely that the regime is like close to collapse. Like it's not even close. And he's claiming that he's won already. Only the biggest fucking bozos are doing like the trust the plan thing now. Sorry, CTV. But it is a form of religious devotion. Yeah, Democrats need to win the midterms for sure. I think we're well positioned, but it's honestly like sad that the margin is only what on average 8. I wonder what the generic average is if I do Real Clear Politics generic ballot. RCP has plus 4.7. That is not enough. That's not enough, man. It's pretty sad that it's only that. I think the Democrats will overperform that just based on the special elections and the differences in enthusiasm. I think it'll be more than a plus 5 if I had to bet. If I had to. But it is a little sad that that number is so different. Like, it's so small. Problem is, on average, people pay attention to politics about 4 minutes a week. Yeah. Like we're definitely in an echo chamber. We're definitely in a bubble. Most Americans. Oh, I saw a poll that like it was like an insane percentage that you would like think, okay, what do you think, viewers? What do you think is the percentage of Americans who are familiar with who Josh Shapiro is? Put in your answers. 1%? No, that's too low. And like, remember, Josh Shapiro is like a big guy, right? Like he's like a big figure. He's the governor of Pennsylvania. He's like one of the known potential candidates for president for the Democrats. I think it was like 15 to 20%. Yeah, I'll try to find the actual number. I saw it and I'm just like Kamala Harris was like in the 80s or something, but like it was like scary low. It was like 18 or something like that. I think it was in the teens. Josh Shapiro familiar, but like that tells you you're in a bubble, because if someone is like, "Who's Josh Shapiro?" Like, imagine that you were on a panel in the like whatever the political commentary space, and you're like, "I don't know who Josh Shapiro is." People like laugh at you. They're like, "What? Oh wow, hang on. Is this it? No, that's something else." Percentage of Americans who recognize presidential hopefuls. Kamala Harris, 81%. What do you think JD Vance is? You're really close. 66%. 34% of the country don't know who JD Vance is. Their sitting vice president. Marco Rubio has been like a household, you would think, right? Name. He ran for president in 2016. He is the Secretary of State. 44%. AOC, 43%. Gavin Newsom, 41%. Ted Cruz, 40%. Ron DeSantis, 30%. Josh Shapiro, 17%. So occasionally you have to like consider how much of a fucking bubble you're in. That's wild. So yeah, I mean, people have just outsourced a lot of their politics to influencers, or they just like tune out. And maybe that's maybe it's not healthy to like spend so much time worrying about it. You know, I'm not even here saying that like we're better than them, because we know and they don't. How much is Kanye and Neymar? I don't know. You guys have to find those numbers yourself. Like, I would think Trump has, if anyone has 95% plus recognition, it would be like Trump and Obama. Has to be, right? If Trump or Obama were in the 80s, I would be like pretty shocked at that. You think Trump has 100? I think that there are probably millions of people in this country who don't know who Donald Trump is. Like 1 or 2 million. I would not be surprised by that. Would you guys be? Put aside children, right? But you know what I'm talking about. Adults. Would that surprise you? You genuinely would be surprised? I was watching Telemundo, and they pressed Marco Rubio, telling him that people like him were in charge when his grandparents were immigrating. They wouldn't have become Americans. Interesting. It's got to be at least 99. I'll Google how many Americans, what is the percentage of Americans who recognize who Donald Trump is? Let's see. Google says, based on polling data for early 2026, Trump maintains near universal name recognition with virtually all Americans. Maybe I was wrong. Let's see. Google just fucking lies, man. Whatever they cited, it doesn't say that. AI is bullshit, man. AI is bullshit. What is Donald Trump's recognition in America? Yeah, it's not giving me shit. You think virtually every American knows who he is? I think there's 1%. I think maybe a little less than 1%. There are some people out there in the Alps, not the Alps. Fellow lawyer, you'd love to talk to me? Oh, you want to talk? Joking, not the Alps. Stop. You want to come in right now? I just finished all my stuff. I'm just like, I'm kind of just chilling. I'm going to call in a bit if there's no call-ins. People who were like, I want to call in. The lines are open. Otherwise, yeah, I know, Appalachian Mountain. Yeah, got it. Just joking. I didn't mean to start the chorus discourse again. I was just trying to spread awareness of these laws, these digital laws. AI is a little base and little knowledge is a bad thing. Yeah, AI is cooked. We're all cooked. If you weren't banned, you would call in. Can't you just wait? What do you want to call in about? Don't make it boring. Less than 200,000 functional adults. Have you seen Bernie's video on AI? No, I have not. Did you see there's no war in Boston, say Donald Trump? I haven't seen the video if it's like an Avatar reference. You guys are kind of chill today. I appreciate the chat today. Very chill. Russia is struggling without internet. I really kind of think we need the same thing. In some ways, having Grok refute conservative boomers on Twitter might actually be helpful. Don't make it boring. What do you want to talk about? You graduate at T6, currently clerking on Court of Appeals. Going to Big Law after. Have fun. I've always loved your stuff. The way you oh, thank you so much, Bertle. How's clerking? I've heard mixed things on clerking, to say the least. There are some people with very strong opinions on it on both sides. Both sides. Pick your big law firms carefully. I'm just kidding. It's it's a lot of the same stuff. I know they're all different. They're all very special. They all have their things. Sorry if I sound a little bit jaded. You're clerking right now, huh? Is Big Law like Big Pharma? Big Law is like a set of firms that have a lot of attorneys, like hundreds and hundreds of attorneys. They're usually national firms that have various different offices across the country, especially in New York, LA, DC. They all kind of try to match each other in terms of compensation for at a rate. Used to be called like the Cravath rate, but I think there are other market leaders now. Big salaries, big hours. Owlish says, like, genuinely AI is overhyped and people need to calm down about it. Also, big law firms usually have some of the, biggest clients. Usually corporate clients, though not always. It can be good for experience, but it's definitely not for everybody. Do you hate AI like the other lefties, or are you smart? I personally I don't like AI when people use it to like send me arguments and stuff where I can tell it's AI. Where they're like do everything in bullet lists. And I also present AI because I use M dashes in my writing. I'm a big M dash enjoyer. I think it looks clean. I think I like it. But there was one time I was texting someone and she was like, "Did you just like," it was like a personal thing. And she was like, "Did you just like AI that response?" I'm like, "No, I use M dashes." And like she legit thought I was using AI to like respond to this like personal like thing, right? What else? When they're like there's that like cadence, the AI cadence in the writing, it really rubs me the wrong way. I'm delusional about what? About what? In terms of long-term career prospect, I can't see how you can go wrong. And the immediate bonus, yeah, I think the federal clerkship stuff and on the big law track, I understand you get an instant like signing bonus if you do the clerking thing, and they'll like bump you. They'll instantly make they'll appreciate you if you're at a big law firm. But not everyone's experience is like at a federal court of appeals. These are very competitive clerkships to get. And some people even then don't like it. They don't like their judge. They don't like this or that. You can instruct AI to replace M dashes. No, the problem isn't that the AI can't be instructed to replace M dashes. It's that people will now associate M dashes with AI and will think that I am doing AI stuff because I use M dashes. But AI is like a tool. It's almost like I don't really have the view that you can like stop AI from existing. But I am very skeptical about the people who are owning AI and the extent of regulation that exists. I think it needs to be addressed. I think it's a huge problem that needs to be addressed. And unfortunately, we can't put the genie back into the bottle. I will say, clerk in the Federal Court of Appeals, I have learned almost 2 or 3 times as much as I did in 1 year of big law right out of law school. No, I hear you. I definitely hear you. I was always kind of about it. It always seemed to, I had well, maybe, but then I'm I don't know. It didn't capture me the way it captures other people. But I've heard amazing things from some people that they've just had. They really like their judges. They've learned a lot about law from it. At the end of the day, you still have a boss, right? So. Owlish says, in my opinion, we're going to see a return to analog tech as people get sick of AI. It's going to become way too overhyped. People are not going to want it. I think it is improving. There's a really funny Will Smith. They charted the progress of video AI from Will Smith eating pasta, but the videos still look like crap. I did laugh at the Brad Pitt one about Epstein. What was that? It was Brad Pitt versus Tom Cruise. Yeah, we talked about this yesterday. I thought that one was pretty funny. But usually there's the videos kind of suck. Was this? Hang on. Wait a sec. I'll show it to you. I don't know who owns this. The copyright issue is going to be interesting to wait, why is this not letting me do this? One sec. Who owns? I almost think the AI companies have a better of the fair use arguments, if I'm being honest. Okay. Oh wait, no, this isn't it. Where's the one I want? Here we go. This is the one I want. You didn't see this, you're missing out. You're missing out if you didn't see this. This one was pretty good.
You killed Jeffrey Epstein, you animal! He was a good man! He knew too much about our Russia operations. He had to die, and now you die too.
They just made that.
You killed Jeffrey Epstein, you animal!
I don't know. The other AI stuff that I liked was let's see. I don't know if he did he I hope I don't get copyright struck by this guy. I really if he tries to get this one actually made me laugh, but I hope I don't get struck. It would be a great insult if I did.
What will happen to me now?
You will be a Jedi, Annie. I promise.
What if Michael Jackson traded Anakin? Amazing.
Thanks for asking.
Are you okay, Annie?
Yeah.
Annie, are you okay? So, Annie, are you okay? us that you're okay.
It's a bop. That's actually him. That's actually him. So he cuts it with him.
Are you okay? So what? Are you okay? Are you okay? Addict.
Pretty good.
Are you okay? So what? Are you okay?
Please stop.
Are you okay? Addict.
Yes, I'm okay.
Are you okay? So what? Are you okay? Are you okay? Addict.
Kind of like a moonwalker.
Are you okay? So what?
Jedi Jackson. Green Goblin.
Are you okay? Addict.
Base window. All right, chill. We're just looking at some AI stuff. Not like anyone wants to talk about politics. It's Friday. We're just in the middle of a war. Are you okay? I'll probably get copyright stung for that. Here come the lefties to ruin the fun. Direful Pot. Resident lefty. Sorry. When the communists are in charge, no fun. We're going to run a policy of no fun. Welcome, lefties. What do you want to talk about? How Democrats are the same as the Republicans? Have you seen the Dow Pam Bondi song? No, haven't seen that. Haven't seen it. The fun police are here. True. Let me think of other shit. Got me all riled up. You chuds are not entertaining at all. Everyone is always like, speaks like an evil villain to me. All my reply people speak to me like an evil villain. Oh wait, this was funny. Fucking. This is Trump calling into to Fox News.
Take an excursion. I'm doing something about it, and I had to take an excursion. We had the greatest economy in history. We still do. Oh, this will bounce right back when it's over, and I don't think it's going to be long. When it's over, this is going to bounce right back so fast.
When are you going to know when it's over?
When I feel it.
Okay.
I feel it in my bones.
Will you ask anybody in particular? Would that be some of a joint decision?
Well, I deal with people.
He went on to say that the people coming into the country have bad genetics. I mean, how much longer do we have to do this kind of like pretend Trump is not racist meme? I laugh because none of you are abiding by that meme, but like he's so obviously racist when he feels it in his bones. Storm's coming, honey. I feel it in my bones. That was such a Bob. You loved it, didn't you? Now you're gonna do a YouTube search for what if Michael Jackson trained Anakin. What is this? Chicken marsala, a tier 2. All right, we're gonna rate this. We're gonna rate this from Chicken marsala. I have no idea what it is, but he is a tier 2, and so certain privileges are in order. And are you okay?
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true, so help you God?
I do.
How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even?
The Dow right now is over 50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. That's what we should be talking about. The Dow right now. S&P at almost 7,000. The American people need to know this. Need to know how is the Dow.
Let me address the survivors because that's
shit.
Will you turn?
Oh wait,
to
this
the
is
survivors? This is not about.
Co-conspirators fully redacted. Who's responsible? Are you able to track it? The survivors gave testimony to the FBI. Files pulled from the website that we will never see. The DOJ released photos of victims. Didn't want to be known.
It's 5 votes. 5 votes.
Released the names and redacted the men they implicate.
You're spending more resources arresting journalists than prosecuting critics. Your boss stated that this administration, quote, took the freedom of speech.
Come on, the Dow right now is over 50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. That's what we should be talking about. The Dow right now. S&P at almost 7,000.
Yeah, this is not AI.
The American people need to know this. Need to know how is the Dow? How is the Dow?
You're covering up the
How is the Dow?
the crimes that have taken place.
Over 50,000.
Secretary Lutnick's ties
How
to
is the Dow? What does the Dow have to do with anything? Are you kidding? That's what they just asked. You sit here and attack, but we have a record smashing NASDAQ. The Dow right now is over 50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. That's what we should be talking about. The Dow right now. S&P at almost 7,000. The American people need to know this. Need to know how is the Dow? How is the Dow?
Will you unredact this?
How is the Dow?
I just want you to answer.
Over 50,000.
What's the message we're sending?
How is the Dow? Fully redacted. How is the Dow? Are you able to track it? How is the Dow?
Let's circle back.
Over 50,000.
Let's talk about the facts.
How is the Dow?
Yo. Yeah, these guys aren't AI. This is like these are the OGs. Yeah, this is the OGs. My favorite of this. Hang on. My absolute, and I know you guys. Listen, I don't have any more political content. This is the best one.
For me, I really like cone.
What do you like about corn?
It's cone. A big lump it knobs. It has the juice. I can't imagine a more beautiful thing. It's cone. I can tell you all about it. I mean, look at this thing. When I tried it, I don't anything change. But the best thing about cone is the grease.
He's got corn all over his face.
The cone break can restore your energy. You really appreciate that whole ball when you love something. If you anyone loves corn, if you come to me, I can tell you all about it. If I was surrounded by corn, I would eat all of it. You're big and strong. Look at this, take a lump with the knob. Spread butter on. Boil it and toast it with the grease. That all spreads out the good taste. I just suck corn is disgusting. Everything changed. It's corn. A big lump it knobs. It has the juice. I can't imagine a more beautiful thing. It's corn. I can tell you all about it. I mean, look at this thing. When I tried it, I don't anything change. I hope you have a fantastic day.
A fantastic day.
It's just a pun about corn, okay?
Is it a pun about corn? Or no, I guess it's a pun. Corntastic. What else? I mean, like I think that's all I have. What else do I have? I don't really have anything else. We went through the legal thing. Talked about Iran for a second. Everything kind of sucks. We talked about Taylor Lorenz yesterday. The Simpsons song. What? I've been doing TikTok debates in the landscape on there. You doing debates? Okay, so now you're mentioning debates. What, Owlish? Do you want to call in? What do you want to debate? Do you have any disagreements with me? Are you some kind of creator? Should I know who you are? When I tried it with butter. Jake Paul interviewed Trump. True. Oh, wait. Not debate you. Oh, it's some fucking nobody. Who the hell is this?
Ended up at Politico.
A bit about yourself. How long have you been at the Free Beacon, and how did you get to be editor-in-chief of what I'm going to consider a major news publication?
Thank you. That's
who? What? The Free what? The Free Beacon? What are they? It's going to be some like crazy Wikipedia page founded by Christina Hoff Sommers. The Free Beacon? Off Broadway, like conservative trash. All right, so first off, is this the usual studio? I can't tell if this in the background here is real or if they superimpose the digital image really badly onto the board here. Can you guys help me figure out what that is? Ben Burgess versus Kirk is dead, all right? Let's not do this. Rob Noor content farmed me for a debate we did last month. How do I Google to find your debate? It's an American political journalism website launched in 2012. It identifies as conservative, but is affiliated with neoconservative. Eliana Johnson is the website's editor-in-chief. She's from Yale. Education Yale. Spouse Patrick. And she previously worked as a producer for Fox News. She's one of 3 Dartmouth lawyers who founded Powerline. She's of Jewish and Peruvian descent. We have a fellow peruana in the chat. Eliana. We're on hiatus for now. Fucking what's the show? I think Anna just quit. I can't even remember the name of it. Her Take. Is Her Take over? Yeah. That shit's done.
generous of you. And so I have been in journalism.
I'm not joking when I say the title is Mentally Ill Liberal Radicalized into Doing the Unthinkable. Wait a second. Mentally Ill Liberal Radicalized. Wow, it actually is the fucking wait, hang on a second. All right, let's take a brief little saunter into Owlish getting yelled at by Rob Noor for 20 minutes. We'll see how long we can take it. We're also going
even if they violate one of
all right. So here we have Owlish. Do you go by Owl, Owlishness? On the right, and on the left is our good friend Robert.
amendment, now it's justified to shoot at them, correct?
I'm not going to make those claims.
Oh!
Right, but you did make those claims because you know you're telling people to kill people.
Oh my God.
Right, but you did make those claims because you know you're telling people to kill people. You fucking psychotic bitch.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't laugh at such. But he just is so fucking pissed. Let's see if you say anything unhinged.
I'm not going to make those claims.
Right, but you did make those claims because you know you're telling people to kill people. You fucking psychotic bitch.
Sorry.
Who's your favorite streamer?
Oh, come on. Come on.
Watch a lot of streamers?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite streamer?
My favorite streamer? I don't really have a favorite.
I love dodge. Always dodge with Rob, all right? Always, always say things like, I'm not sure who I don't even, I watch streams. I don't even remember who they are. Look, this is the signature look of superiority.
Watch a wide variety of streamers.
You got any lefties that you like to get your news?
Got any lefties?
Yeah, I don't.
He looks like when Squidward takes the one little bite of the Krabby Patty outside of the Krusty Krab. Right there, hang on.
Variety of streamers.
You got any lefties that you
That one little tiny little bite.
like to get your news from?
Yeah, I don't watch Hassan. Like, no.
Okay, who are you watching? That wouldn't have been my guess. I got a different guess.
You know who I love watching, and you know him really well. Okay, do you know my boy Wick?
Wick. But he has some ammunition for whoever you're gonna say, right? It's just a shell game. He's got ammunition for whoever you're gonna say, but he's got some shit for Wick.
Do you know my boy?
And he was waiting for this. Look at this. He's doing the happy merchant. Why is he doing this? You fell into my trap.
Wick?
I do know Wick, who calls for people to get arrested to obstruct ICE.
In a way, yes.
Oh. No, he doesn't. But you know what?
He doesn't?
I mean, he
doesn't. He doesn't.
You want to see the clip?
No.
Please tell me.
Why? You just definitively said he
Is this a Pokemon or a bunny? In the back here.
doesn't. Here we go. Let's play the clip. Like, why don't you want to see it? Why don't you want to?
I watched the entire live stream. I don't have to watch.
Why don't you? Now, just so the audience could see the person you're supporting here. Here we go. By the way, did you take Wick's advice? Are you out there getting arrested?
Yes. Look at you're trying to come so clever to say.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Now,
you are. You're going out and obstructing ICE. You're admitting to that.
Yes.
Here, remember, she said Wick didn't say that. Here we go.
I'm gonna. Christopher said
look,
Wick didn't say it.
I think that at this point
just like
in time,
that was wild. That was fast. That was fucking insanely fast. That was 20 seconds. Wait, from when he's laughing. No, that's like less than a minute. That's like 50 seconds. But like half of that is him just kind of like talking a little bit. It really just is. He's able to produce it incredibly fast. Props for efficiency there from Rob.
Here, remember, she said Wick didn't say that. Here we go.
I'm gonna.
Christopher said
look,
Wick didn't say it.
You kind of just did, right? Hang on.
People to get arrested to obstruct ICE.
Oh. No, he doesn't. But you know what?
He doesn't?
Oh, you said he doesn't think that, not that he didn't say it. Is that the line you're going down?
Because I entire live stream. I don't.
Here we go. You are. Wick didn't.
This point
just like
in time, and yeah, I've been leaning towards this, but I've been like, maybe not. But no, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna call it here. You have a moral obligation to obstruct ICE. You have a moral obligation as a Christian, as a U.S. citizen, as a patriot, to, if lice comes to you and asks about...
If lice comes to you?
U.S. citizen, as a patriot, to, if lice comes to you and asks about someone...
Did he say lice or am I mishearing that?
Citizen, as a patriot, to, if lice comes to you and asks about someone, lie. Now recognize that you will get arrested.
So he is calling people to get arrested. If lice,
you will go to jail. But I think you still have the moral obligation to do so. That's my position.
He's uncharismatic. You think Wick's uncharismatic? I think Wick can be very charismatic. These fucking lefties they're always like just down on everything.
Based.
You agree? Based? So he did say that. You acknowledge?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that based? You think that's a good idea?
Uh-oh. He's doing his little fucking interrogation.
Yeah. Based.
You think that it's a good idea to tell people to obstruct law enforcement, lie to them, and then get arrested?
So he specifically said not obstruct them, but he have a moral obligation, and I believe
He just said obstruct. I think you're adding the like follow-up conversation I had when I was like, we were like talking with him where he's like, don't do violence against them or something. We should just like clarify what we mean. At this point I'm kind of, it's a lost cause being like, just tell us what you mean.
Do you want to play the clip again? You want to play the clip again?
With you once, and I'm not going to rehash it again.
Rob Norm merch. Holy shit. I am definitely going to buy a Normal America. It's just going to happen. It's just absolutely going to happen. Excuse me? robnor.shop. Yes. Official Normal America apparel. Yo. This is sick. All right, so you guys are gonna see me with some new threads in the coming weeks.
Which he clearly stated to you that if you have a moral obligation to obstruct meaningfully, to obstruct in a way that if ICE is breaking the law.
Hang on, I'm gonna show you guys some of the. We'll get back to this. We're not. Don't worry, Owlish. We're coming back here. Oh, Pisco merch. I just don't want it to be like shitty merch where it's like, oh, you're a Pisco fan. Like, I don't want that. It needs to be like something sick. Look at this. I think I'm gonna go with classic black for the shirt and normal gray for the hoodie. I think I gotta go blue for the trucker. These gray should really be the same gray. Why is there no model donning these? Also, I'm a little disappointed that there's no like, those like sweatpants that say princess on the two butt cheeks or whatever. I don't know what they are. Like those kinds of sweatpants. It's a Normal America. 180 over 140. Hey, guys, I disavow personal attacks. I disavow. I'm serious. Don't. He's very nice in person. Just stick to the arguments, all right? You're such a millennial. Don't use my generation as a fucking pejorative.
Law or doing something, you have a moral obligation to stop them.
First off, he said there quite specifically lie to them, which is a crime. That's obstruction.
He did already admit
that
lying is a crime. But
right. And he says to do wait.
We'll do the unbans today. We'll do the unbans today. I don't know. There's at least 3 unbans on the way, but there might be more for you guys. I don't know. I have to check with my mod team, but there are unbans that are on the way.
So leave you go, and he admits it's a crime, and he's telling people to do it. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So he's telling people to obstruct and break the law and get arrested. And that's based. You say based.
Yeah.
Have you done that?
No, I don't live in Minnesota.
They're not in my area. What state do you live in?
I'm not telling you where I live. No.
Well, I'll say this. I think
fucking owned, creeper. You should have added like, you creep, you psycho. What are you coming after me?
There's an actual lawyer speaking up.
An actual lawyer lying to federal agents is a criminal offense. Just don't talk.
Friend, potentially criminal. Sean, $5 says lying to federal agents is a criminal offense. Just don't talk to them. That's right. But Wick goes further. Now, again, another person calling in
federal agents
who's not out there breaking the law herself, but she wants she wants the audience, Wick's audience, to go break the law and go to jail. You're not going to do it though. By the way, Wick's in Pennsylvania. Guess what? ICE is deporting people in Pennsylvania too. I wonder why he's not out there.
Right. So specifically, just lying to federal agents is not illegal. Lying to federal agents about like an
It's actually true. Materialize. There's a materiality component to the statute regarding lying to federal officers. It's not just any lie. That's a bit of a technicality, but we accept the technicalities here. We accept the technicalities. Materialize.
Active investigation is illegal. Like you can go up to a federal. Yes, you can go up to a federal agent can come up to you and ask for your name. If you are not implicated in a crime, they don't have probable cause, you can tell them whatever name you want. Okay? They have no reason.
I'm not sure if lying itself. I would assume that they wouldn't, like, if I say
actually correct, actually technically correct. Okay, actually pulled out the technically correct card. Love it. Love it.
Let me finish. If I say, excuse me, federal agent, did you know I was the fastest person in my high school? Which is a lie.
Okay, so you're conceding to Owl.
I don't think they'd arrest me for that. But even if we accept your argument, which I'm not so sure is true.
I mean, I think it is true. I think it's just a matter of record.
That making up a name or something isn't a crime. Even if I accept that, it's clear that's not what Wick's suggesting to do. He's saying lying as your mortal duty to obstruct. In other words, lie to impede.
Did he say mortal duty or moral duty? It sounds like you're the one fucking up here, Rob.
Lying as your mortal duty to obstruct.
Dewey? Did he say Dewey or duty?
What Wick's suggesting to do. He's saying lying as your mortal duty to obstruct.
What is he even saying? I don't even understand what he's saying. Mortal doobie?
In other words, lie to impede them carrying out their duties. That's a crime.
Yeah, that's probably a crime. You know what? That's probably a crime.
You acknowledged it. He acknowledged it.
Yes, that is a crime.
Okay, then why are you even arguing the point here?
Well, because she was technically correct on that little point.
It's because the point is not lying. The point is that
obstructing.
We have a moral obligation to stop people from breaking the law. At what point? Are your First Amendment? At what point?
Yes. I love the take your space. Take your space. I'm speaking, Mr. Robert. My opponent, Rob Noor, will not let me speak.
Are your First Amendment rights? Are your rights of the Constitution?
Look at that little smile. The smile of, what did Dwight say? Dwight from Dwight Schrute Farms. When I see smiling, I just see
violated to the point where you're allowed to take up arms and fight back. At which point?
At what point?
You don't.
You don't ever.
What do you mean?
Ever. So you're a fucking bootlicker. You don't ever.
You don't. It says in the Constitution.
It says. Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech.
You don't.
Oh! One hand politics. I'm very sorry for your other hand, but I really do appreciate the debate. Hope you guys are doing well. We're just chilling. The legal coverage has ended. We did the legal stuff. So now we're just chilling, talking politics, shooting the shit. But thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Name every amendment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I think it goes up to 28, 26. Oh my God. What's the last amendment? Is it the 28th Amendment? Is that an amendment? That's the Equal Rights Amendment. Alleged. That's a little alleged.
I believe it says in the Constitution that you can take up arms and fight against a tyrannical government.
Show me in the Constitution where it says
you
that.
Don't know.
Show me what article. You tell me. You're making the claim. What article says you could take up arms and fight the government? Go ahead.
Is that what you believe, Owlish?
Show me the article.
You can fight the government.
That's called an insurrection, I believe. It does speak to that in some of the amendments.
It says not to do it, though. It says don't do this. It's treason.
Another word for that might be treason.
True. Hey, I am the one who told him that. I told you that. And now he's taking my knowledge. My knowledge that I used to debunk him to attack my minions. I'm just kidding. I know that she's not my minion, all right? I'm just joking. I'm the one who told you that.
No.
Now, there are documents that you can say outside the Constitution. Perhaps.
Oh, thank you, One Hand Politics. Much appreciated. Hope everything's good. Was I ableist? I'm sorry if I was. Hey, I surrender. Putting up my liberal surrender hands. This is what I do.
The Declaration of Independence. It's not the Constitution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we still do have the right to do that. And regardless.
No, you don't have the.
We have the right. we have the right. We have the right to, of course, based. Can we get some bass in the chats? Guys, this is just me clowning. I think this is more betterly understood as a right to protest our deprivation of rights. And in certain select circumstances, as outlined by the law, to do self-defense against law enforcement, but only in those select circumstances.
You don't, what's the right?
I'm feeling better today. I'm feeling better. There's still a kind of like lingering COVID-ness about me. My affectation.
Define what a right is.
It's in the 14th Amendment.
Define a right.
By the way.
What? The 14th Amendment says you have the right to pick up arms
and in the Second Amendment.
Okay, where's
and the Second Amendment?
Does it say in the Second Amendment that
you
have the right to shoot the government?
Take up arms against the tyrannical government.
Oh no.
Government.
Show me what's the second.
Take up arms.
This is like a Jefferson blood of tyrants shit.
Arms against the tyrannical government. Yeah.
You can just say no, Alish. You can just say yes. The Constitution doesn't give you the right to kill law enforcement. It's pretty funny to see him get worked up about it, though.
Let's read the Second Amendment, the exact text. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Woo! Don't test me. Don't ever test me like that.
Show me where that says you have the right to shoot at the government.
The Second Amendment codified an individual right to firearm.
Yes, read the AI summary. Yes.
Possession to combat
fear. No. I'm not interested. By the way, are you reading an AI summary?
This is awesome. This is like all the things that is going to trigger fucking Rob.
No.
What do
you... No, Pepe.
Reading.
Constitution.findlaw.com.
Oh, actually, Constitution.findlaw.com. Owned. Me owned, too. Rob owned, me owned. Constitution.findlaw.com.
Okay. And it's going to say that the Second Amendment gives you the right to shoot at government agents.
What to say? I think, I don't know what's the best approach after you've dug yourself in here, Alish. Let's just...
Okay. And it's going to say that the Second Amendment gives you the right to shoot at government agents.
In some cases, yes. In some cases.
Yeah, it says in the Second Amendment to have a gun and to fight a tyrannical government. That is part of the Constitution. That is part of...
Link me what you're reading that says
Is that not part of the Constitution to fight a tyrannical government?
Link me. You're reading from Find Law. You just read from it, so link it to me and I'll read it. I'll put it on screen.
You do not agree.
Why don't you just link
the article? You just read actually disagree.
Why don't you... Why are you stalling? You said...
This is me and the other person who called in. Who was it? Debate board? But do you agree with me? Before we look it up, do you agree with me? And you know what? Based. Here's the difference, right? So now I'll introduce the boring. I'm like remember the Fairly Odd Parents? Pause. I'm like who were the ones who were like voiced by the guy who was in Bueller? What were they called? Fellow millennials, the Pixies. Okay, better not. Better not.
Said you're reading from something, just link it, and we'll see if it says what you're saying. I don't think it does. I think you're implying you're reading from it, and you can tell by the inflection of your voice that you're inserting your own words. That's what I believe. So just link it, and we'll see for ourselves.
No, I said that the Second Amendment...
Link the document. Just
Oh
link
my
the
God,
document.
because you're not-
Why is
you're
it so
not
hard to
listening
link
to
the
me.
document? You've already linked one. You know how to do
the
it.
right to okay, so the
Just
right
link.
to bear arms.
Now you're looking up something else.
Hold on.
Link the fucking document.
There you go.
Okay, now
The
this
right
is
to bear.
Here we go.
Some historians argue that the primary reason for Second Amendment was to prevent the need for United States to have a professional standing army. Others say that the fear of standing army is the reason for the
I was
Second Amendment.
actually going to give the thing. Second Amendment doesn't protect your right to use the arms in a particular way. It protects the right to bear arms as understood by the founding, which did not necessarily include to use them as against the government, which was intended to endure. Constitution was intended to endure. And so it's not clear to me that the Second Amendment stands for the proposition that it gives you legal authority to use them. Though I will say there is a kind of like policy argumentation that one of the reasons to have the Second Amendment is as a bulwark against a tyrannical government. But that should be thought of as different than legal justification to use the weapon in any particular instance. Get me? It's a nuance.
The protections that, as they say, citizens' right to bear arms serve necessary in case of a tyrannical government. So I don't know. Yeah.
Wait, okay. So wasn't saying that you have the right to shoot government agents.
What
right?
do you think that? What is the Second Amendment?
The Second Amendment is the specific wording of it, which I just read to you. Well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. That's the Second Amendment.
Okay, and what do you do when you have arms? Like, what do you do when you bear arms? What are those? What are those usually considered?
Weapons.
Weapons, right? And what do you do with weapons?
Well, you could do all kinds of things. You could hunt.
Okay, and what do you
could hunt.
do?
You could be
What do you-
militia. You could accept out. You could face outside invaders. You could protect your property. A lot of things you could do.
Right. So
I want you to define.
It says fight against a tyrannical government.
Show me
Yes,
where the
that
Second
does
Amendment. Show me
imply-
where the Second Amendment
yes,
says
that does imply.
Show me where the Second Amendment says.
shooting the government.
Show me where the
Okay.
Second.
Sorry. Guys, all right. So Alice Ness, in her defense, I like to mention in my defense that this was not a planned debate and occurred after I started shit-talking in this chat at like 1 a.m. So in her defense, all those caveats, but it is pretty funny. Second Amendment gives you the right to shoot a cop in the face.
Second Amendment says, show me where the Second Amendment
Yes,
says
that does imply
Show me where the Second Amendment says.
shooting the
Show me
government.
where the
Okay,
Second Amendment
I
says you
just-
can shoot.
I
You have the
just
right to
sent
shoot
you-
government agents.
Do you okay? So you want it to say specifically? Do you want to shoot? No. Okay.
All right, let's do it this way. What's a right?
Oh Jesus Christ! So you're not. So you're going to tell me that I'm wrong? That it says that you have
What
the
is
right
a
to
right?
pick up arms?
You're
against
saying
a
your
tyrannical government.
argument. You were on here saying you have the right to shoot at government agents. That's what you're saying. I'm asking you to. I think this is very dangerous rhetoric. So the first question I have for you
You
is,
think it's dangerous rhetoric to read the Constitution? This is why the,
no,
this is why
I
the
just read
Republican
the
Party is
Constitution.
failing.
I just read the.
This is why the Republican Party is going down the.
Owned, Rob. Optically, Rob is being owned right now.
Is a
They
right?
want to argue. They
What
want
is
to
a
argue
right?
the fucking Constitution.
What is a
This
right?
ridiculous.
Can you argue what a right is?
Oh my
Can you
God!
tell me
What
what
is
you
it?
mean
What do you mean? What is a right?
You tell me. You're saying you have the right to shoot government agents. Do
you
you have the right
want-
to shoot ICE?
You want to shoot ICE?
What?
Alex Preddy, you saw that footage.
I really do think, and I don't do this. I just want to be clear. I don't do this. I don't pretend to be ignorant towards debate opponents ever, but I do think like playing dumb is one of the easiest way to trigger Rob. Again, I don't endorse this. I don't do it.
Would you have had the right
Another
to shoot
pivot.
the CBP?
Another pivot. dude.
Another pivot.
What are you
No,
talking
you don't
about?
have the right to shoot that
Right,
guy.
that's right.
So why?
So when
why
you-
are? Why
yes,
are you?
Now you finally get there. So when you were saying
No.
well, wait.
Oh
This is
my
how we got
God.
here. Just so you know, Wick, and you're agreeing with them.
So
says
are
that
we
you should
gonna
break
go
the-
ahead?
If you be quiet, I'll
Keep interrupting.
explain how we got here and how this isn't a pivot. You made the claim that Wick was based when he said
Mm-hmm.
people should break the law to obstruct ICE by lying
Yeah, not shoot them,
to them, which is a
Rob.
federal crime. And then in your haste to defend it, you were like, look,
Second
we have the
Amendment.
right to stop tyrannical
I guess you did say that, Al.
governments. In fact, we have the right to shoot back at them. That's what you said, right?
Nope.
Okay, what did you say?
I said we have the right to take up arms against a tyrannical government. At what point, if violation of our Second Amendment, violation of our First Amendment or 14th Amendment, and I guess they're trying to violate the Second Amendment, at what point are we allowed to take up arms and fight
Wait, Kyle talked to Vosh?
against a tyrannical government? What point?
The problem is, so up the two things.
You didn't answer the question. I'm not.
I will answer. There's two answers.
essay.
You'll be quiet and let me answer. First off, normally when someone Fed posts like you're doing, I would kick them off because anyone who's drawing implications that people should draw up arms against the government is doing a disservice to the people that are listening and probably violating terms of service. However, I will answer the question, right? Number one, it has not to do with the matter of right? At least in the sense of what the government affords to you. For example, we would say that you have the right to have a revolution against the British government. If you win, the British government didn't see it that way. So if they lost, they would have went to jail for treason and probably been executed if they weren't killed in the actual war. So it's not a question of you have a lawful right to start shooting at agents because you feel they're violating your First Amendment. For example, once we go down that track and you give people the ability to use force when they feel their rights are being violated, did you think the Patriot Act violated your Fourth Amendment right?
No, and you're not answering my
question. Why not?
not?
Why didn't the Patriot Act violate your Fourth Amendment right to privacy?
Okay, we're not pivoting to the Patriot Act because again, you're not answering my question. At what point?
It is answering the question. It is answering the question,
No,
which
you're
is the
not.
second point. What people like you want to do is you forgive any sort of violation of your rights or amendments that you don't give a shit about that occur under a Democratic administration. And if there was any sort of riots or people shooting at law enforcement, you would scream, "Look at these violent lunatics." But then you want to imply to your audience, we should break the law. We should obstruct. At what point are we allowed to shoot at them? Which is dangerous, and it's clearly an implication that you're saying.
It's what?
Point are we allowed to shoot at them? Which is dangerous, and it's clearly an implication that you're saying.
It's not an implication.
Okay, then why bring this up if it has nothing to do with it? Why bring it up? Why are you bringing it up? Why are you bringing it up?
Why is the Constitution to you an implicate? Like, why is the Constitution to you something that is an implication to shoot the government when it says in
you just said it? Why did you bring this hypothetical scenario up if it's not based in anything that you're suggesting?
It's not a hypothetical. This is part of our government. This is what the Constitution
So I just
says.
want to be clear. I want to be clear. We're talking about what ICE is doing right now and how we're morally justified to break the law to stop them. And you immediately go, at what point do we have the right to take up arms against them? And then you're like, oh, but I'm not saying we do. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. It has nothing to do with this is just a completely unrelated hypothetical.
Yeah, again, so let's put it on
you answer the question. What you tell me, when do you think we have the right to pick up guns and start shooting back
right now
for violating when our rights start being violated?
Okay,
right?
Anytime?
So like if our constitutional rights are being violated, if our 14th Amendment rights, First Amendment rights, Second Amendment rights, Fourth Amendment rights.
This is not the way.
If all of those are being violated,
what about just one of them?
Well, I would say yes, especially the First Amendment, since we already a long ass time ago.
So when the
Biden
team was pressuring Twitter to censor people.
Oh no! Don't accept that. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's not even true.
Censoring people's free speech.
Not a
they're starting a disinformation board.
True.
That's a violation of my free speech. So you're suggesting I would have been justified to use lethal force against the government for that?
No, because that's not a violation of the First Amendment.
Douglas Mackey got arrested for putting a meme up. That's a violation of his First Amendment right. Would he have been justified to use lethal force?
Well, no, that wasn't a violation.
No, that's not a violation of his.
Why not? Right? You're right.
That's not what they found in the Mackey case. People will cite the Mackey case as being a First Amendment decision, but that was a decision about the sufficiency of evidence to meet the criminal charge, not about the First Amendment.
The free speech shall not be infringed. Quite clear.
Where was he? Who was he arrested by? You know what? I'm not even going to let you pivot away from this. I'm not even going to let you.
The Patriot Act clearly violates the Fourth Amendment, the right to privacy. Clearly.
Wow. You understand that.
Clearly it does. Oh, is that so, Rob?
In most
cases, I got some questions for you about Trumpy
cases. There are like caveats to every amendment, but in this case, social media has its own terms of service. Right?
So what you're saying is What you're saying is you disagree with my interpretation of when my rights were being violated.
True.
No, that's not the interpretation.
You don't disagree with Rob's interpretation?
And that's the law. If you disagree
What
with
are you talking? Okay, then what law right now? So then the argument would be that if legally Trump's allowed to deport people, then you can't say shit.
I don't think that's ever been a problem if he's legally allowed to deport people.
Okay, so then when are you recommending?
What he's doing?
So you're saying he's violating it. So when are you allowed? Explain. Is he? Let's step back. So you outlined the scenario for when we could shoot at the government when they're violating all these rights, correct?
I'm not going to say definitively when we can or can't.
No. That was the question, and you said
yeah,
this is when you violate the Fourth Amendment. This is what you said. Let me refresh your memory.
Yeah,
let me ask the question to you. Yeah. You said when they violate the 14th Amendment, when they violate the First Amendment, when they violate the Second Amendment. I said, what if they just violate one? You said to me, yes. So even if they violate one amendment, now it's justified to shoot at them, correct?
I'm not going to make those claims.
Right, but you did make those claims because you know you're telling people to kill people. You fucking psychotic.
I'm not going to make those claims.
Right, but you did make those claims because you know you're telling people to kill people. You fucking psychotic bitch.
Ooh. That's an
people are going to lose their life because of fucking retards like you and Wick. It's not funny. You fucking asshole. It's one of my biggest pet peeves. You cannot go online and tell people to shoot at law enforcement. You fucking asshole. I will say this from the bottom of my heart. You need to really reevaluate what you're doing. It's really fucking disgusting and someone's going to get hurt. It's fucking terrible. I mean, I'm not joking in the least bit. It's fucking horrible. What you're doing is horrible.
That you're watching the Trump administration destroy democracy around you, and you're just sitting here letting it happen. I think that's terrible. I think you're lying to your audience.
I think when the next Alex Preddy dies, I'm happy that you don't have much of an audience because when the next Alex Preddy dies, you're going to celebrate it. And it's fucking monstrous. You're putting people in those positions.
Why would
it's
you
disgusting.
Celebrate somebody dying? Like I don't know.
Because it helps you.
I think it's disgusting that
cause.
you're sitting here like telling lies about things that I would or would
not. I'm not lying. I've been honest all the time. You're the one admitting you're lying. Why would anyone believe that you?
I said I would lie to you specifically about that because I'm not going to sit here and say this on your platform.
So you lie to things to benefit yourself.
Yeah, that's because I'm immoral. Yeah, right.
Okay, then why would I believe anything you say?
Yes, I am a liar.
What? You don't have to believe anything I say. What I'm telling you is that I'm not going to say that specific thing. Okay, right? I mean, does that make sense to you?
No, what makes sense to me is that it's fucking disgusting. You're going to get someone hurt, and people like you.
Yes. I'm going to get somebody hurt. You think?
For God's sakes, don't go out and shoot at federal law enforcement.
I never said that. Don't.
Yeah. I don't think we should do that either. I agree with Robbie there, and Owlish seems to agree with us too.
It's what you said. You just admitted you're lying to say that you didn't say it.
Oh, are you lying?
I'm telling people to not do that. Don't shoot at federal law enforcement.
Should they take up firearms against federal law enforcement?
If there is a tyrannical government, I'm not going to say that again. I'm not going to say it again.
So yes,
I'm not going to say it again.
What does take up arms mean?
I'm not going to say it again, brother.
What does take up arms
I know exactly. It's
we'll see. I don't know what to say other than it's terrible. You're telling people to put their life in line. It's probably a crime what you're doing. It's fucking disgusting.
I don't think
it's definitely not a crime what she's doing.
Crime, but
I think it's fucking disgusting. Yep.
All right.
Okay, but you don't have to. You don't have to advocate for violence. Maybe you don't think that you were doing that, but probably don't do that. All right, let's. It is funny to see Rob misspeak.
All right, guys, here to talk.
All right, this is Vosh V, and Kyle Kalinske, as requested by my chat.
About the current Armageddon that we're witnessing is Vosh. Thanks for joining me, man.
My pleasure. How you doing? Armageddon aside.
I'm doing good. I'm doing fine. But I feel like the line between personal and real world is becoming like less and less as time has gone by. Like I feel like I almost can't compartmentalize as much as I used to be able to because the shit is getting too real. You know what I'm saying?
No, I know what you mean. I sprained my ankle recently, and I really felt the plight of the Iranian people. I'm right along there with them.
So, the first thing I wanted to bring up to you is, from my perspective, what we're witnessing right.
Wait, I didn't get it.
In my ankle recently, and I really felt the plight of the Iranian people. I'm right along there with them.
So, the first thing I wanted to bring up to you is,
rate the performance on what scale? I don't think it's a good reading of the Second Amendment. And I don't think you should encourage people to bear arms just yet, if ever, in the foreseeable future.
From my perspective, what we're witnessing right now, it genuinely seems like a worst case scenario almost across the board to me. We have like a totally rogue fascist Trump regime that honestly, they've totally lost their minds. I mean, Trump is surrounded by sycophants who feed his worst impulses day in and day out. We have a Democratic leadership in Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries who clearly are not prepared for the moment. They don't actually oppose what's happening here. And so they do the soft process criticism on the war and other things. And so
that's annoying.
I wanted you to talk me off the ledge a little bit because when I
Although the thing is it's not just process. I think that when you say just the process argument. I understand what's being said, and there are different ways that it can be put it, but like the question of who has the war power is a substantive structural issue. It's a really, really important issue to make sure it's done the right way, by which we mean that it's not done by someone who doesn't have the power to do it. And that would completely make sense in any other domain. And we wouldn't call it like a procedural issue when it comes to tariffs. We wouldn't call it a procedural issue when it comes to appropriations or any of these other powers. And so I have no problem whatsoever with raising the quote unquote process issue. It's not just process, but I understand what's being said, but I really do think it's incredibly important to stress that it's an unconstitutional and illegal war.
Look at this. I see Armageddon, basically.
No, yeah, it's pretty worst case scenario. I'm very sorry. I don't know if I can do what you want me to do here. I guess I'm very happy that this happened before the United States decided to pick a conflict with a nuclear nation. Like, I'm happy that we're kind of like running up against the wall with Iran, a country that, like, realistically, and I'm not saying this in a chauvinist way, we shouldn't be struggling here. We have navigated Middle Eastern diplomacy. We've used hard and soft power for decades. We've fought Israel's wars. We've done evil in the region. The fact that we're stumbling here tells me that we could have potentially come across, much worse outcomes if we had done this, if we had applied this strategy in I don't know, Taiwan or with Russia, for example. I guess I'm glad Iran's the one to.
I'm not sure what the critique is there. It's like we're failing at. I think the whole problem is the goal, right? Is the whole idea in the first place. Because in terms of like destroying shit, I think we've been doing, at least it seems like we're having an effect. So I'm not sure what is the the big, I think, incompetence issues relate to the whole goal of it, the whole purpose of it, the idea of it, the conception of it. I'm not sure. Maybe the point here is fumbling this bad on a regime change, but like, again, I think if America wanted to do regime change, they could. It would just be incredibly brutal and unpopular, and cost a lot of blood and treasure. So I guess I'm not seeing the point here. It's like, it's good to have. We prefer to have a big fuck up in Iran versus with Taiwan or Russia. I'm not even sure if that's true.
Show us straight, and I'm wishing them luck in teaching us what happens when you touch the hot stove. You know?
Yeah, I read earlier today that the U.S. government didn't even think that Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz.
They didn't think it was on the table. Yeah.
So when I look at that, I mean,
I read that it was like they underestimated their capacity to do it or something. But yeah, that is like a shocking. Because just to be clear, folks, even those of you who used to watch, as I did, and I liked a lot of these like old Hitchens videos, even though I disagree with him on the Iraq War, but even before that, like reference to the Strait of Hormuz has been part of the dialogue of Iran interventionism for years, going back decades, and so this is like a known thing. I mean, it's known in the context of the Iranian Revolution. It's known in the context of the neocon discourse in the 2000s. This has all been known, right? So I understand the consternation here. Yeah.
I know that the Trump regime are idiots. That's a fact to me. But I mean, maybe in my naive mind, I still thought there's going to be some people at like the Pentagon, or some people who are generals, or some people at like the CIA or something who are like, hey, you know what?
It just feels like Trump isn't listening to them, right?
You're out over your skis here a little bit, but apparently no.
To the extent that they're not like complete stooges.
Well, maybe they did warn him, but he was just like, fuck it, I'm gonna do it anyway.
Yeah, I think we've lived under rule by expertise for so long that I think we've forgotten for most of human history there was basically no correlation between power and competence. A king or a pharaoh or an aristocrat could just be some water-brained inbred fuck who sent people to die for literally no reason. And we've, over the past couple hundred years, I think for the most part, the average president has probably been smarter than the average water-brained aristocrat. But I think we're past those times. The only reason leaders have to be smart is because the consequence of their incompetence is their own death or exile or something similar. And we have insulated the American brass from the consequences of their incompetence for so long. Ford pardoning Nixon, Trump being given legal immunity by the Supreme Court. There's no longer any like Darwinistic reason for them to engage in like that defensive behavior, for them to consider what they're doing, for them to check themselves. So yeah, no, we're just
for their own self-interest too, which is a thing I think isn't clear how this benefits Trump politically. I mean, you can understand a lot of Republicans in positions of leadership being frustrated at it because it's just not clear, except from the ideologues, right? The people who are committed to it from a corruption standpoint, from an ideological standpoint. but like from a sheer political calculus perspective, it really does seem that this is in Israel's interest. I don't understand the American interest serviced by this war and how it's being conducted. And certainly Trump, who thinks, primarily, if not exclusively, about himself. Yeah, I think that's a decent observation that the the Darwinian fitness aspect, to the extent that it ever was a real thing in American politics, which I don't always think that it is, especially here. It's like self-preservation is seemingly gone by the wayside in this action, which doesn't appear to have immediate political benefit, which again is almost always what Trump first looks to: immediate political or financial benefit to himself. And maybe that's just like a wrong read on the capacity of Iran or the possibility of regime change, perhaps.
Getting like the maximally retarded outcome at every juncture.
So we have, here's what I'm forecasting, and I don't really think I'm out on a limb here, but I see market crash, I see inflation going up, unemployment going up, gas prices skyrocketing, being abandoned by our allies because we gave them the middle finger in like 40 different ways. And when I look at that,
that doesn't seem to have happened. It does feel like a lot of the that Europe is fine to support this war, by and large, with some exceptions. It seems like Europe wants to pivot to Ukraine and can view this almost as a way to get America back on the team. Like, let's get Ukrainian intelligence and expertise, and let's get America back in the fold, and fuck Iran. I don't know. I guess some allies maybe, but I'm not convinced of that, especially with the response from Canada, from Australia, from Starmer.
Rational brain says these actually are like revolutionary conditions. The only reason why I hesitate to like make that prediction is because we have so many tricks to do escapism in this country, where oftentimes it feels like people can go off in their own little bubbles, and you have fucking Netflix, and you have video games, and you have 1,000 different ways to sort of distract you, and we also still have a relatively high standard of living, all things considered. But do you see the same thing that I see, that like in a world that made sense, these almost would be revolutionary conditions, where there would be hundreds of thousands of people in the streets basically demanding that Trump no longer be president?
I think the thing that's stopping us here is that so few people have a vision of what comes next. Even the progressive Democrats, even the people we look to, like AOC and Bernie, mostly spend their time prescribing policy solutions, right? It is a fact that our healthcare system is broken. They propose a better way of arranging the money, of arranging the incentives. But there are very few people out there proposing a fundamental reorientation of the way we govern. In the French Revolution, we had the Enlightenment thinkers, the upper middle class. In the Revolutionary War, all the...
Yeah, because I think that there's a split here in goal. Maybe this is part of like the lefty discourse. In some sense, what I advocate for is at once radical and conservative in different ways of using that terminology. So in a sense, it's reactionary. In the sense, it's conservative in that it seeks to preserve structures that we've maintained for years and that are under threat right now, and not to replace them with some sort of like revolutionary vanguard, or like take this opportunity to destroy the foundations of American society and constitutional grounding and replace them with something else. And so in that sense, what I push for is actually quite conservative. But in policy, right? In policy and in how to use those systems and structures, I think, we want maximal punishment, maximal within the confines of the structure, maximal accountability, and great Medicare for all, left-wing policy agenda for sure. But I do recognize that a lot of the left-wing, talking points is in a sense trying to preserve something that is under threat, and in that sense, it's conservative. And I'm okay with that.
Founding fathers were ginned up on Enlightenment thinking. You had people who were willing to make an argument against what we were experiencing. But now, I don't know. I mean, you've got Twitter commies, I guess. But outside of that, can people really imagine the alternative? This is why I think the Democrats...
Brother, you don't push policy. I mean, I'm sure that this was... What is your point with that? I don't even know what you're saying. Are you talking about me specifically, Democrats? You always do like the most triggering, stupid, inane fucking comment of all time. Always. It's some stupid garbage. Just say what you mean instead of these like fucking one-offs. I don't cover a lot of policy because my focus is more on legal shit and the structural issues and corruption, and that's what I focus on. That doesn't mean that I'm not in support of it. I'm just saying at once this is what I would support. Not that my coverage is over politics or specific policy goals. That's not my forte. My forte is the legal issues, the corruption issues, that stuff. That's always been my focus because that's my value add. Jesus. You trigger me so much. You literally don't. I mean, I cover Trump's policies, but I'm just saying what I would push for, not what I do as a influencer, which is not to like go through line item. I'm not a policy wonk in that sense. It's a more legal, structural, broad look, institutional look.
Is a greater long-term threat. They don't do damage as much as the Republicans, right? And just like a one-on-one, comparison between how much harm they do, the Republicans win out. But I think it's the Democrats' responsibility to look at what the Republicans are doing and to say, this is so bad.
That doesn't mean that I don't have policy ideas, which I do. And I hate this like limitation of policy ideas into just healthcare, labor stuff, and like taxes. I have policies on democracy, policies on judiciary reform. I have thoughts on healthcare policy. I have some thoughts on taxes. I have some thoughts on, I don't know, hard economic policy, whatever you want to call it. But again, they're not my forte of coverage, but I still have ideas on them. And I would pick a more progressive agenda.
In order to preserve the republic, we need to offer people the belief, the hope that we can recover, that there is an alternative to this. We don't need to spend the rest of our lives every 4 years fighting with just a collection of subhuman retards over whether or not it should be legal to rape people or whether or not climate change exists. Like this isn't a fight we need to have. And I think, unfortunately, the Democrats have done a very bad job pitching that alternative. They need to gin people up with something. I don't think they're going to deliver, right? Or I don't think that they're capable of fully committing to that. But even in their own self-interest, you'd think they'd give it a shot. You'd think they'd give somebody something to work with.
Yeah, so my question for you is, how many Democrats do you think are there in the proper place? Because from where I'm sitting, I feel like when we launched Justice Democrat...
Revenge fantasy? I would just enforce Section 3, apply it retroactively, and make it a crime to have deprived... you have to be careful with ex post facto, but I would enforce Section 3 retroactively. That's one thing I would want to do. And I would also pass a law that makes wearing ICE symbols within the government illegal and criminalize. I would abolish ICE. I would pass a law to remove Trump's name from anything associated with the government within its authority. I would tear down any Trump-related monument or thing. I would pass a law stating it's null and void any official action by Trump to the extent permitted by law. I would, by legislation, undo all of the honors given by Trump, including Presidential Medals of Freedom, any honors given at any president. I would try to render every single thing he did null and void. And I would make it official government under U.S. statute that the office of the 47th president was never occupied by a person, and make that mandatory among our as part of our historical guidelines, whatever they are.
And it was in Trump's first term. We kind of missed our window. We missed when the revolt would actually happen, where the Democratic base no longer trusts Democratic leaders, and you have these outsider Democrats sort of rise up. And I see that window happening now. I see the rise of people like Graham Plattner, who's winning by double digits against Mills, who's the handpicked Schumer candidate. I see people like Katabu Ghazale. I see people like Abdul El Sayed. I see people like Oliver Larkin is his name.
To an extent, I think Tallarico, because I think that a willingness to speak.
Do you remember that? Yeah, that was my idea. I've had some good ideas, bro.
Speak against Israel is a willingness to speak against the complicity of the centrist Democrats.
Right. And so I guess my point is, even though it's the worst of times in many ways, I see a window opening that I didn't see previously.
Holy shit, you fucking I am getting so triggered by you. They asked me, what kind of revenge fantasy law would you pass, you dipshit? I didn't say it would be the first law I pass. I would do it before delivering benefit to the working class.
There's no complacency among the new crop of ascendant Democrats. The old guard is still there. We still have to topple them. We still have to finish the job. But I see young Democrats who are coming up who actually do give me a little bit of hope. Now, it's possible that I'm being completely and utterly naive here, and the same cycle continues, where even if they get in there, then they sort of betray the movement and they go back to being standard Democrats. But I don't know, is my hope misplaced in your opinion, or do you feel like this is actually the Democratic Tea Party? Because I kind of think it is.
I hope so. I like a lot of these people, you know? I think it's so, this is the anarchist critique of entryism, right? Like you can have the best hopes, the best dreams, the best ideas. Once you enter the electoral system, once you try to improve the party from within, you get caught by all these incentive structures that drag you.
This is the anarchist critique of what?
This is the anarchist critique of entryism, right? Like you can have the best hopes, the best dreams, the best ideas. Once you enter the electoral system, once you try to improve the party from within, you get caught by all these incentive structures that drag you down, and eventually you're making the same compromises as the people who...
Are you trying to trigger me, bro? Are you trying to trigger me? With your hutch ass aesthetics? You're being very... Oh, we can't do anything, bro. You're like, oh, don't do anything. Don't punish. Don't ever hold them accountable. That's you right now. By the way, I'm just kidding about the hutch thing. But that's literally you right now.
You're trying to replace. I don't know if that's going to happen. I do know that the Democratic electorate right now has not been sold on a widespread solution to the problem we have within this party. And I know that because if you take someone like AOC, much more popular than Schumer. If AOC ran for Senate against Schumer, she would win. I think most people accept that. I think Schumer knows that. But right now, the most popular potential candidate for 2028 for the Democrats is Kamala Harris. And it's like, man, Kamala Harris is Schumer. Kamala Harris is Hillary Clinton.
This is so crazy. Kamala Harris is Schumer. Kamala Harris is Hillary Clinton. That's just like demonstrably not true.
She is.
They're different in policy. If you talk behind the scenes about like how which camp is in which camp, I mean, they're just very. It's not the case. It is just not the case.
Same. She is Biden. She is everything that led to low turnout from the Democrats in 2024. Everything that depressed their engagement. So maybe people are ginned up on these individual like.
I mean, to the extent that they represent the quote unquote establishment, the old guard. I mean, maybe, but you just gotta be very clear about what you're saying there. I mean, I consider Kamala Harris very different from Schumer, very different incentives. I think that Biden likewise very different incentives than some of these characters.
Like, you know, competent, do something Democrats. I don't know if they yet have this like an understanding of and disgust for what the centrist Democrats really represent, and we need that. And this is why I'm so critical of AOC, not for anything she proposes in a positive sense, but in a negative sense. I think she should be critiquing party leadership more. Why the hell are Jeffries and Schumer still in their positions? Why the hell is there not more widespread outrage? Right, Nobody likes them. Their own people don't like them. The constituent doesn't like them. You know, I mean, Hakeem Jeffries is, I think, tentatively popular, at least in his district.
Let's see. Why should AOC and the squad people be like thoughtful about how to address party leadership? Maybe because if they try to do like an internal coup, they will be stomped on. And maybe because if they try to do that, then we have an internal, I don't know, democratic civil war at this time. If they're the ones who are sort of leading the charge. I'm not sure that it should be them leading the charge. In order to have this be successful, and I do think they need to be overthrown from their positions, I think there needs to be a widespread consensus. I don't know that it needs to just be screaming from the rafters without the support needed to actually accomplish a leadership change, AOC, etc. And so I really do think that they need to be thoughtful, keep their powder dry. Same thing with Mamdani. Mamdani is needing to find a way to work with Jeffries and with Hochul. And so I don't know. I just feel like the kind of change that we would like to see at leadership, it's not going to be achieved if it's just screaming from the rafters as a backbencher. And I think it's frankly AOC's strategy of playing the game and being a good member, being a good parliamentarian. I think that is more likely to achieve the desired result than like an outright war and fracture within the party led by them.
Schumer is very unpopular. There should be more outrage against these guys. The Republicans replace their unpopular leadership. I don't know why. It contributes.
I mean, I do agree that a leadership should be changed, though. So, I mean, I think that they should be vocal that this is not okay, or, you know, this or that is not okay, but outright calling for ouster I think when you come with the king, you best not miss. And so I just what the specifics are of what's being requested is important here, and what the critical mass is of people who would support ousting them. I think that matters too, and who leads it.
It's the impression that the Democrats just run a loyalty club, where the most senior geriatrics get leadership because it's their turn.
I wouldn't I wouldn't condemn it. If AOC came out and called out Schumer and Jeffries, I certainly would not condemn it. No, I would like it. I'm trying to think from like a perspective of game theory or whatever, that if they come out and say it's time for Schumer to step down, I would be like base as fuck. I agree with that position, but I'm not sure that it would be strategic, and I would like try to make it the most successful. But who am I? I'm nobody, right? I'm just like one guy screaming into the fucking void. So it's not like I can change people's minds. But I do think that they need to be more tactful about how they go approaching this stuff. Like Mamdani, I think, is the perfect example. And I think people don't understand Mamdani's constraints. You should understand the Progressive Caucus in the House and the Senate. You should understand their constraints as well.
Of the party has nothing to do with it. And that stuff depresses me. I don't know if we're on the eve of a solution.
Yeah, so...
I mean, the leadership does depress me. I agree with Vosh on that.
I think the part that's not depressing to me is that I do see in the new crop more of a willingness to say...
Yeah, and I agree with this from Kyle.
Hey, we need like a page one rewrite here. I mean, I brought up Plattner. He's probably the best example, where he's like crusading against the Iran war. He's calling Chuck Schumer out. He's willing to mix it up. I just saw Ro Khanna earlier on Twitter today was fighting with people who were saying it was anti-Semitic to mention the Epstein class and stuff like that. Yeah, so I guess my point is these old taboos are shattering. Now, they should have shattered a long time ago in the Trump era, because it's like to have any sort of taboos like that when Trump clearly, like, there is no playbook and he says whatever he wants. It's kind of crazy. The Democrats are slow to learn. But I do think we are getting to a place like that now where...
Can't criticize leadership because leadership might not like it. Yeah, no, that's not what I'm saying.
There's a sort of default recognition of the Republican Party.
I do think that you should criticize leadership. I do think that these people should be criticizing leadership. I just, and maybe that's what Vosh is asking for, so maybe I'm strawmanning him. But I just mean like what you want them to do, I think matters. And who, if it's an actual push for change in leadership, which is what I think we need. And I really do think that it's a personnel issue. I don't think that you can have Schumer and Jeffries, especially Schumer. It's just who they are. It's not what they stand for.
Certainly among the...
And I don't mean that any like intrinsic characteristic to them. It's just like they have shown that they're not up for the task. That's my opinion. I think most Democrats probably agree with me. I don't think that is like an opinion that's not shared by most Dems.
Entire Democratic electorate, like the voting base, that the Republican Party truly is a terrorist, fascist,
demonic,
imperialist,
right?
difficult, like absolutely demonic.
Anti-life.
So that is spurring Democrats to have to be a little better than they were in the past, no?
No, I do think so. I think that the understanding that Republicans aren't just like because this was the myth that the centrists wanted to push, that the Republican Party was filled with good people and they disagreed with Democrats on how to do the same fundamental things, to lower prices, to make the country better, whatever.
This is like the ultimate cope too, and I think Biden was valiant to try, but this is absolutely correct. These people don't play by the same rules, and they're not. There's no like good old Republicans like this. Like, it's just as a concept is incoherent at the present time. I agree with that.
In reality, they just want to maximize corporate profits and child rape. As long as those two lines are going up there, they're fine. That's it. That's all they care about. They'll burn the country down if they can get those two things. So knowing that they're a terroristic entity, which I completely agree with.
A terrorist entity. Maybe some of them, the Jan 6ers for sure.
I think a lot of
who support that, they're supporting terrorism.
Even liberal Democrats, right? Like the constituency, they're waking up to that. And what we need to see is that translate into results at the ballot box, because that does not gel with having Chuck Schumer as your Senate Majority Leader. I think that we're going to enter a dark period for a while because there is this spark, but we are not yet at a point where the competent Democrats, the do-something Democrats, can affect their will electorally. So we might be in for 4, 8, 12 years of people on the left essentially saying, why won't you realize we're right? How long will it take? And every election cycle, things shift more and more towards us, but there's going to be so much suffering along the way, and maybe a couple of really...
Good evening, Marty. Good evening, Clarice. No, I totally fucking vibe with the notion that there is this fresh crop of people who are more exciting, more willing to like be fighters and stuff. I think it's a little doomer, the kind of like, it'll take 12 years specifically. But I can understand... I can understand both sides here. The optimism that Kyle is showing, but also the kind of like pessimism. But again, I don't think the pessimism is best directed towards Democrats for real. And I know it's going to just sound like very repetitive, but it is what I think. I like every different Democratic administration is becoming more and more progressive, more left wing, and so that was true of Obama from Clinton. That's true of Biden from Obama. Harris would have been more progressive than Biden as well. I don't actually believe the people who are like Kamala ran to Biden's right. I don't think that's true.
Bad Democrat presidents like Newsom types, who just reinforce the point, but they get people's hopes up and then they get disillusioned.
Yeah, will they be able to pantomime being us? That's the thing, right? Because if Newsom is able to successfully be able to pantomime being one of us, then I agree he can dupe the Democratic electorate and probably get in there. But I've already seen signs of like, I don't know if you could pull it off.
Israel.
And it might be the case that, well, exactly, it might be the case that Newsom is going to be like the most wrong I ever was when I thought DeSantis
Israel
might be the nominee for the Republicans in 2024. Yeah, 2024, right? I think it might end up being like that, where, like your point on Israel, he criticized Israel tepidly, he gets pushback, he immediately comes out and his spokesperson's like, he actually wants to defend Israel more than anybody else does. And so that's my...
By the way, though, the thing is, Cenk says stuff like this, right? And I understand the specific accusations to Gavin Newsom is that he's kind of wishy-washy, and it's not just the lefty saying this. This is something Laksha said, who was a longtime California person. Newsom is a known commodity. And there are a lot of people who don't trust him. So I don't even feel that is necessarily bad faith. But the whole kind of like, well, this is not in Israel's interest to do this. I actually do believe that. I don't think it's in Israel's interest to pursue their this like greater Israel project, this insane project, which I think they're absolutely trying to do.
Hope, right, is that the Kamala types and the Gavin Newsom types, while they will try to sort of mimic the way we are, I don't think they have it in them. I think they're going to shoot themselves in the dick. And then I think when they do that, you leave the lane wide open. Like in a weird way, think about it like with the election of Barack Obama. He genuinely and sincerely came out of nowhere, where everybody expected Hillary Clinton was going to win that election. Then here comes this like young senator who hasn't even been in the Senate that long, and all of a sudden he fucking, barnstorms his way to victory. And I think we're sort of primed for something like that now, where it could be like a politician who comes out of nowhere, who says the right things and believes the right things. It could be a celebrity. It could be somebody we're not even thinking about or talking about right now. I almost feel like Kamala at the top and Newsom at the top at this moment is almost like a placeholder from name recognition, in the same way that like Rudy Giuliani was leading in the 2008 Republican primary. Then the second the fucking thing starts, he falls off a cliff.
I think that the Israel is both a blessing and a curse here within the Democratic Party, because Zionists are so whiny. It's really tough for people like Newsom to feign being on the left, because the moment even a milquetoast critique of Israel, every donor group, every funding group, every consultancy group, they all step out and they're like, you can't say that, sir, how dare you? And then they have to walk it back. So it's really easy to tell there, because they demand like total loyalty, absolute fealty to the state of Israel. But on the negative side, there is so much pressure out there, man. I can't imagine, like we only catch glimpses of it from the outside. They are probably squashing so many potential presidential hopefuls, like Van Leyen, for example, right? There are so many people, I think, who could potentially run a really good presidential campaign for
Israel lobby
2028 from the Democratic side, who are probably facing a lot of internal pressure. And they need to fight that, because if that's the line, like if you cannot be a Democratic president without bending the knee to some extent, then we're caught in a death spiral. Like at the very least until 32, we're caught in a death spiral.
So the good news though is AIPAC has recently had to get creative. And so they've had to like run ads against the candidates they dislike that don't mention anything to do with Israel, because they know how unpopular Israel is
Creating
among
other
Democratic
PACs with different names, or like feigning progressive. Yeah.
Right. And so to me, that's a sign of like, oh, these motherfuckers are on the retreat. They're still on the offense in the sense that they're trying dirty tricks in order to like, fool Democratic voters into electing the wrong people. But that shows that they can't just forthrightly argue for the things that they believe in, because it's totally out of lockstep with the Democratic voting base. So I take some solace out of that. I guess one of the things I'm concerned about is I wish I was wrong about this, but my gut instinct tells me we're going to deal with another scenario where even if we get a great Democratic president, that you're going to have another Obama scenario where they go, we look forward, we don't look backward, and like we're not going to criminally charge all the people who literally just went on a 4-year-long crime spree. And that to me, like I almost want it to be a litmus test in 2020.
100% agree with this.
That like you need to openly be on the record. We're going to investigate, prosecute Elon Musk. We're going to go after Stephen Miller.
I would, if the one thing I would say is like, as a candidate, I would refrain from referring to specific prosecutions, specific people. But I would actually have a litmus test in terms of whether or not you were on the record appointed an attorney general that will investigate the prior administration. That I think is fine. But everyone else, other than the candidate themselves, I'm totally fine with them saying lock them up. We don't have to ignore the rampant criminality that is in front of us. And I think everyone else should be, I would appreciate the norm insofar as it extends to the candidate themselves. But I wouldn't go as further to say like I'm calling for Trump to be locked up. I'm calling for Elon to be investigated, criminally charged. I'm calling for Pam Bondi to be charged. I want Hegseth charged for murder. I want the ICE agents or CBP agents who shot Preddy and Renee Good to be charged with murder. I want the people who did the illegal renditions to see caught, to be charged with kidnapping, among other crimes, conspiracy against rights, etc.
We're going to go after Donald Trump. Like, we cannot let this fucking criminal syndicate get away with everything they've done. Because if we do, then genuinely and sincerely, there is no more United States. There is no more rule of law. Like, it's just like you have an emperor and they decide anything and everything and they don't care about the Constitution.
No, that is a litmus test for me. I'm not voting for any Democratic presidential candidate who's not pledging that. You're completely correct. We literally don't have a country if this is the standard. If every 4 years the Republicans have the opportunity to rape the country.
This is what I like about the left wing types is most of them are on board with accountability and punishment, and I do want to take a moment to like clarify why I'm on Hutch's side but still maintain this position. All I'm saying in terms of a bright line is don't not follow the Constitution in pursuing this policy. That's all I'm saying is like don't violate the Constitution to do this. It absolutely, I'm so pleased that so much agreement exists on the left, including with the most left-wing among the quote-unquote coalition, that you call them, whatever you want to call them, the left-wing voter base, that there needs to be punishment. Because there needs to be. And that is my number one, dealing with the corruption, structural issues, and accountability is my number one issue of the election. And so I'm very, very glad to see this.
And then afterwards, they just get away from it. The next Democratic candidate, we saw what happened when, with Biden, right? With Merrick Garland. We saw everyone was so hyped up. Trump was incredibly unpopular, even to an extent with Republicans after Jan 6. Everyone was like, oh my God.
Yeah, but like the thing is, I thought that it was based to go after all the Jan 6ers. So the only problem that people have with Garland, I think, relates to the fact that the Trump case is disintegrated because he won the election. And that I don't think is fair on Garland. I think that's more on the people, more on SCOTUS, not on Garland. That's my view. But I understand the feeling of it. But I think the DOJ in a couple of respects should have gone further. I think the DOJ should have charged insurrection. I'm pissed that they didn't. And I think the reasoning when I read the Jack Smith rationale, it was like so stupid. I think they should have charged insurrection. I think they should have charged it even for a lot of the people inside the building. They should have charged insurrection. That's my view.
I can't believe he did that. Fox News wasn't defending him. There was a window of time where the culture turned against him. And everyone thought, okay, well, Biden's going to come in. Merrick Garland's going to annihilate him. Like everyone affiliated with this is going down. This is going to be unthinkable. Like no one will ever do this again because
like charging seditious conspiracy was based. All this shit is based.
Trump just fucked up. If he had won, maybe there'd be a different outcome, but he lost. So now he and everyone around him is going to get eviscerated. Then nothing happened. Absolutely nothing happened. And now look where we are.
Yeah, this is not true. Like this was the biggest DOJ investigation and criminal process of all time. All right, so this is what I can't stand, and I won't stand for the revisionism here. It's not true. It's not true. The biggest DOJ criminal investigation of all time, most massive of all time, an insane amount of resources spent, and some banger charges, seditious conspiracy charges, charging thousands of. This is all good. I think that they were a little lenient on the insurrection part. They should have charged more people with insurrection. They should have charged more people with conspiracy against rights. But I really don't think that it's fair to say that nothing happened. Stuff happened. People went to jail.
This is what happens when you let lawlessness fester. Any Democratic candidate who refuses to enforce the law, I don't think is worthy of being president.
Nothing came from it because Trump won. That's why, quote unquote, nothing came from it. But don't do revisionism.
I think that the idea that we can allow these people to get away with this is insane. I want every single gas station receipt these people have ever racked up to be brought in and scrutinized. I want everything they've ever done. I want every security camera that has ever caught them, every text they've ever sent or received. I want a nonstop criminal spectacle of them, and I want there to be results. And I am so hardline on this, I would prefer an...
What is the problem with saying, I want my AG to investigate potential criminality? No, I'm in favor of that. I totally am in favor of that. Hutch is against this. I'm in favor of this. What I'm against is saying, I'm going to get my DOJ to arrest Elon Musk. I don't think that's appropriate.
Economically moderate president who did who annihilates the Republican Party over the crimes they've engaged in,
just don't,
over
just
an economically progressive.
Don't name specific. Don't make it seem like you're going to direct the DOJ, and don't prejudge a specific person as the presidential nominee. Obviously, we have our opinions, and we should voice them loudly, and we should voice them to whoever is appointed Attorney General. Yeah, that's the only like quibble. That's the one thing where I would be like, okay, don't do that.
President who does not, because I think the long-term consequences, look, don't get me wrong, not a choice I want to have to make, and probably not a choice the universe is going to force on me, but I think the long-term consequences of letting the most criminal presidential administration in history, by a long shot, get away with it, is far worse than almost any other outcome. It's like the doomsday scenario. They're just going to do it again. You're telling.
I mean, I do think it's really, really important for deterrence sake here, but I don't think it's so important for deterrence sake that we should preemptively violate the Constitution. That's the one difference. That's the difference in the hypotheticals and where I'm at. But I totally agree with Vasha. I think this is based.
Them to do it again, because all they're doing right now is winning. Like, Trump is unpopular, sure, yeah, his poll numbers are going down, the country's falling apart. He doesn't care. All the people around him, every time there's a market spike and then a dip, everyone around Trump who insider traded to buy the dip beforehand, they get $100 million. They're going to walk away. They don't care. They'll just do it again. They don't care how the country's doing. They're winning. They're winning, and they're laughing at us, and they're fucking kids. And the idea that they can just get away with this it's unconscionable to me.
Totally agree. Now, let me ask you this. So my reading of the situation is that I genuinely think the empire is already over. Like, in name, it still might be occurring. The dollar might still be the world reserve currency, but I think the groundwork is already laid and the seeds are already planted where, like, it's going to blow up. Eventually, the dollar is no longer going to be the world reserve currency. Eventually, all of our allies are going to, like, run into the loving arms of China and totally abandon us. And, like, this is what happens when you launch a trade war against your allies, when you don't give a shit about your own treaties that Trump himself, in many instances, came up with and then pulled out of in his second term, when you use diplomacy and negotiations as basically a lie to drag somebody somewhere and then murder them. Like, you can't act like this on the world stage and then, like, just have everybody accept it and everybody act like this is normal.
I do think that, like, listen, I don't buy this whole, like, empire failing narrative. The reason I don't is because I think that the multipolar people have underestimated America's capability. I totally disagree with Trump's policy. I think they're making the world more unsafe. I think that, but it is an extension of American hegemony that is pretty unprecedented. Or if it is precedented, it hasn't reared its head in a while. And that, to me, doesn't indicate that America's importance is dwindling. If anything, it suggests that, like, this multipolar order or whatever, the BRICS stuff, that's all like memes and shit. And America is able to exercise tremendous amounts of power and leverage still. Again, notwithstanding my disagreement with it. So that said, I do think that there are real costs to American soft power, our relationship with our allies, and the potential for future long-term cooperation because of what he's done to our legitimacy with respect to our word and our commitment to different projects that were seen to be, like, ironclad.
Normal. And so I really think that probably within my lifetime and your lifetime, like, I think it's a wrap for the empire. And when that happens, when that day comes, when the dollar is no longer the world reserve currency, we're looking at, like, a Great Depression, the likes of which people can't even wrap their minds around. It'll make the 2008 subprime mortgage crisis and Great Recession look like child's play. Is this an analysis that you share as well, that it's already over, it's just a matter of time until we get the worst effects?
I think it's pretty likely, yeah. Our economy is pretty much entirely built around the service sector, tourism, and financialization. And the only way the financialization bubble keeps afloat is if we remain the global reserve currency.
So Mike Gonzalez, we don't allow any kind of, like, racial or sexual orientation based insults in the chats, and so unless you apologize, you're going to be banned. So you'd have to apologize to me. That's against the rules. Or whoever you said it to. Fascist slur? No. F slur. You said F slur. You're such an F slur, you can't even cove. You're talking to Timothy. You can't call him an F slur. Okay, sorry. Got it. Don't call him enough. Sorry. Thanks.
And if we remain like the place to invest because we guarantee pretty consistent yearly 3 or 4% S&P 500 returns. Outside of that, there's like that is what our country is built on. You know, if China had a big economic collapse, it still has its factories. It'll always have its factories as long as it keeps maintaining them. You know, France, Germany, Spain, Italy, these countries have a local economy that isn't entirely built around foreign investment. But hype is all we have. And if that falls apart, yeah, it's going to whiplash like crazy, and the global economy is going to go to shit. And that's not even to speak of the debt. I mean, our current debt to GDP ratio is equivalent to wartime spending, but we're not at war. I mean, like proper wartime spending, right? Like World War.
We're at war, bro.
Right. Wartime spending. We're nowhere near there. In terms of what we're committing to the Pentagon, which suggests that like these levels are unsustainable. There's no way to fix it except for mass taxation, and no one has the balls to do it. The Democrats don't have the balls to do it. Like the most they can offer is a tepid wealth tax. And listen, I'm in favor of a wealth tax, but like that's not far enough at this point. We need.
What's you're not even gonna get that, bro. That's probably gonna be ruled unconstitutional. A tepid wealth tax. What are you looking for? I mean, you're really calling for some sort of overthrowing of the capitalist mode of production or something.
Like a mass restructured, like tax code out the window. Just a flat progressive, well, it's not flat, I guess, but like a sturdy progressive tax, taxing unrealized capital gains, higher corporate tax, just fucking level the playing field. Really, just like a scythe going over.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree. I think that we should change up our taxes.
Cut up all that excess wealth, bring it into the economy, reinvest it, but no one's.
Why would a wealth tax be unconstitutional? Because the taxing authority, the amendment that allows for taxation allows it on incomes. Now, and there's limits on like head taxes that can be done, direct versus indirect taxes. So I'm not sure that wealth taxes are constitutional. They might be considered like takings too. I'm not sure.
Going to do it. I don't know what this country has going for itself outside of the yearly 3% S&P.
And even if it is constitutional, it has to go through the courts.
500 gains that it promises people who invest in its industries. And outside of that, I don't know. I'd like to believe this country has more to offer the world. Certainly, like in terms of our resources, we're a bountiful country. We're large. We have a lot going for us. Like in a sort of map allocation way, right? We have a lot to take advantage of, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. It won't cushion our fall, that's for sure.
So the debt right now is not a problem. And I've never been like a debt fearmonger or anything like that, because I generally agree with like the MMT philosophy that like this really isn't an issue because we have our own sovereign currency. However, having said that, the debt becomes a problem if the dollar is no longer the world reserve currency. Then all of a sudden it actually matters that we have the massive amount of debt that we do. And we can look at something like hyperinflation with political instability and the dollar not being the world reserve currency. When I look at that mixed with like our economy, to me just looks like a massive amount of AI hype. It looks like gambling that's now being legalized in like ways I can't even wrap my mind around. It looks like OnlyFans, and it looks like everything in this country.
I think this is a bit of a simplification. Is our economy just propped up by AI, OnlyFans, and
It's a
gambling?
scam, and the only jobs we have are like less than living wage service sector jobs. When I look at all that, I just don't see, without like a massive reorganization of the economy, I don't see a way out. Like you need, at the very least, a New Deal level, change of the economy. And I think that's even understating it at this point. I think we need more fundamental reform than even what the New Deal offered.
I agree. That's pithy compared to what we need to do. I am a big debt fearmonger. I'm with the Keynesians on this one, right? Like the government should spend and invest freely when the economy's down, but you have to tighten your belt a little bit when things are good.
Right.
And we just never did. We have been untightening the belt constantly, and like eventually
all for tax cuts for the rich. It's all going tax cuts for the rich.
Nonstop. And it's only gone. And the funny thing is too, there's like a reverse bell curve in this too, because very poor people in this country don't pay income tax either. We have a lot. The bottom 50% pay very little, and then the top 1%.
Yeah, I think it's a problem with like that direct taxes need to be apportioned. I don't know that they can be apportioned. I think it matters whether it's a direct or indirect tax. I'm not sure. And if it's a direct tax, I think it needs to be apportioned. And if it needs to be apportioned, then we're fucked.
That pay very little relative to their income, of course. And then like the middle class up to the upper middle class pay the highest proportion because they are neither poor enough to pay little nor wealthy enough to get in with the
I would support a wealth tax.
Loopholes. And
assuming that there's not like policy stupidity, but I don't have a reason to believe it is. I think it's probably appropriate.
Leads to this begrudgingness, or I think people feel like they're being taken advantage of, because this hits the economic sectors where people are successful enough to be comfortable, but not so much so that they feel like they're guaranteed a lifeline their whole lives. They're worried about saving, they're worried about spending, they're worried about like maximizing their outcomes, but they're not quite there yet in terms of like being able to coast off of interest or whatever. And these people are the ones that are getting taxed the highest, and I think it makes them feel like they're rubes. Everyone thinks that being taxed, that makes you a sucker. You know, if you're being taxed, it means that you're in that unlucky bracket.
I'm having a hard time following, to be honest.
If you were just a little bit wealthier, you could have an accountant figure out some finicky way to avoid it. And I think that, like, at the end of the day, I'm with the old, I guess, liberals on this.
This is not a rule by DGG. It's always been against the rules to do racial or intrinsic characteristic attacks. Why do you think that that's a rule imposed by Destiny? It's not. It's always been against my rules. Ever since I was a FIFA streamer, back when in college, to 6 viewers.
This one, taxation is the price that we pay to live in a civilized society. It is the way we facilitate currency. The government creates currency so that it can recirculate and be taxed. I think that it is good. It is good that the system functions. We should all be paying a strong tax, the wealthy far more, of course. But we need to reorient how we think about it. I mean, it's a civil service. We should be proud to know that our money goes towards local infrastructure, if it did, right? It'd be nice if that's where our fucking money went rather than to Israel. I guess this culture, this attitude that being taxed means you're being fleeced in some way, it guarantees the government will never, ever, ever have the balls to tax people the way they need to be taxed, because if they did, they would never be reelected. It seems like a death spiral. I don't know how we get out of it. What president could convince the people, listen, I know it sounds crazy, but this is better for the economy in the long run, and then just implement a much harsher sweeping tax? I don't think anyone can do it.
And I mean, I'll go as far as to say that extreme wealth concentration, you could either have like massive income and wealth inequality and extreme wealth concentration among the top 1%, or you can have democracy. I genuinely think they're incompatible. That if you have the amount of income and wealth inequality that we see, if you have people like Elon Musk who has like $850 billion, he's nearly a fucking trillionaire.
Yeah.
When you look at that, like, so the Epstein class has more power than entire governments, and that is unsustainable, because what they do is they effectively buy various governments around the world, rig the rules in their favor, run out the back door with all the money, and then leave people with the shittiest jobs.
I do think this corruption message, a version of this corruption message that Kyle is selling, is something like what we should see from certain politicians like Ossoff, and we are seeing, and I think it will be effective. That the anti-corruption measures need to be cast in terms of elites, even though it's, I think, a more, I hate to sound like, I think it is like a more multifaceted issue, and it does have to do with democracy and constitutional principles and institutions and all that. I think it being reflected in these kind of elite-driven, elite-phobic language, I think is what the people are waiting for, and it's frankly probably more closer to a winning message than like back in 1789 we had our, that kind of shit, which I don't think that's too old, played out. The Constitution, like, even though that's what I care about, I think this kind of like the elite aspect of the corruption, which is also has the benefit of being true in the context of the Trump administration, and even in other contexts too, about agency capture and pay for play, this kind of bullshit. I do think that that's effective.
Where they make next to nothing and they can't even survive. They can't even afford to put a fucking roof over their head and food on the table. So I need people to start looking at this in a way where it's like a life and death matter. I think we should have a no billionaires tax. I think literally everything over 999 million should be taxed at 100%. And, I'm sympathetic to people in my audience who might say, Kyle, you're being too kind. Maybe we should cut it off at over 100 million or over 500 million instead of a billion.
No, I know. I don't disagree at all. We basically don't have a democracy right now. The fact that all of our mainstream media is about to be owned,
I mean, I don't agree with this.
By like 3 people, right? When the Ellisons get their hands on CNN and everything else. The way, like, you look at the difference between the average person and the average media pundit is allowed to talk about Israel. The fact that Trump gets sane-washed in even nominally liberal publications talking about him, where they assign.
Do you guys know that clip of I Show Speed, where he's like, "Bye-bye, Israel, bye-bye," and then he like fires missiles, and the dude hits everything except for Israel, and like. He hits so many things, but doesn't hit Israel. Wait, I'm gonna show this to you. One second.
Bye-bye, Israel! Bye-bye!
Like, look at where the missiles are landing.
Bye-bye, Israel! Bye-bye! Bye-bye, Israel!
Like, Israel's right there.
Bye-bye!
Really made me think.
Sign a level of coherence and responsibility that is clearly not there. Like, Trump mentally is in the shits. He's not present. No, we barely have a functioning democracy. This has always been the critique of bourgeois democracy, right? Like, you can give everyone a vote, but if the only information people are working off of to cast that vote is given to them by the ruling class, you're not going to get representative outcomes. Certainly, you're not going to get somebody who represents the interests of the working class. Where this administration has been
Iran
so bad
right
in both its
Iran right now, right this moment. This is Iran.
Bye-bye, Israel! Bye-bye!
open advocacy for corruption and wealth concentration that I'm like black-pilled on democracy at this point. I think we basically don't have one anyway. I think that we need a strong arm to get us pushed in the correct direction. I don't think there's a clean way of doing that. I think the start is that the Republican Party has to be treated like a criminal organization, and everyone who lied to facilitate their interest needs to be investigated criminally as well. I know that's a very like wide cut, but it's basically, in my opinion, it's that or the country dies. It's that or we are in the end days of the Republic and we're going to turn into Russia. We're going to turn into just this fetid, poor, hilariously unequal was-been of a country where you have a couple of oligarchs raping kids in their palaces and everyone else is trying to, you know, keep the pipes from freezing in the roundhouse. And that's it. And that's the future of America, maybe for 10, maybe for 100 years, unless we do something, and we might be running out of time to do it.
Yeah, and one of the things, I felt very similar this entire second Trump term, because what I've come to understand more now that I never understood it before, I certainly understand it now, is like I get where the instinct of authoritarian leftism comes from. Because, you know, you look at like what Cuba had to deal with the United States, like routinely trying to fuck the country, overthrow it, steal it back for the oligarchs. Like, you go, okay, yeah, I guess the leaders had to get their hands a little bit dirty and do some fucked up things just to keep their project alive, right? And so I understand that. I also, now when I look at China and I see like the centralization of power, certainly when it comes to their economic stuff, obviously I don't agree with the whatever restrictions on free speech and a free press and stuff like that. But when it comes to like centralization of power in terms of making economic decisions for the country, I look at that and I go, they just seem to be able to get shit done. Whereas here, even in a best case scenario, it's so fucking limp dick and like procedural in nature.
And
like
our infrastructure is falling apart. It's not like they're still interested in nation building. We are actually falling apart at the seams. And we were before Trump too. This is not just a Trump problem. There is a structural problem with our priorities in this country. We shifted everything towards financialization. The only thing we care about is making sure investors get steady returns on their investments. Everything else has been thrown to the wayside with a fraction of the money that we could have skimmed off the top of the stock market. Listen, we could still have billionaires. I don't want them, but we could have had them. All we would need to do is responsibly cut off a couple percentage points of the wealth that circulates in the stock market, and we could have been living in a fucking paradise. All of our
what is it with communists and trains? They're just like obsessed with trains. Everyone's like into trains and shit. Listen, I think that part of it's not just the China thing. It's not just a democracy thing that China's able to build so much like that, because other countries don't have the same problems that we do, and that's in abundance, right? This is not just an exclusively lefty critique for everyone who's just immediately dismissing it because they're like China simping or whatever. But I do think that everything needs. This is so boring. I don't know why I fucking say this shit. This is just like me being like, but not that much. Not like a lot of the procedural stopgaps are there precisely because it's democracy, right? Like there is an aspect to democracy which, in its nature, is inefficient. Now, not nearly as much as we need it to. Like right now, it's insane the amount of stops before we're able to build shit, right? That's not to say that we should get rid of environmental regulation, by the way, which is not my position. Just like the kind of litigation lag that often will exist, not even just based on like environmental stuff, but sometimes land management issues. You can pretty easily like gum the works up on certain projects, even when it comes to the White House shit, right? And sometimes even for good reason. They're trying to like make it difficult for Trump to build like on federal land, right? This ballroom or whatever, right? So it just goes to show like America does have an issue in getting shit done quickly. whatever you want to do to prescribe like a solution to that, I understand it. And it's not just a lefty critique to notice that.
Roads, pipes, bridges, everything, all of it easily taken care of. We would have had a surplus. We would have paid down the debt. Everything could have been taken care of. And we were so unwilling to fuck with the money. We were so unwilling to touch the streams that we allowed everything to fall apart. And I mean, again, Biden tried, right? The Infrastructure Act, he passed it through, the budget reconciliation. What has it done? It's done some good. It's done nowhere near enough. A tiny fraction of the amount we need to reinvest in this country, and that was the keystone accomplishment of an entire presidency. That's how far behind we are. It takes a president and years of advocacy to get passed through a budget bill, a fraction of the work we need. Meanwhile, China just built 5 new cities. Just
right.
How do we compete with that?
And the Republicans come in immediately after a Democrat. Even if a Democrat does the most like minor, mild tweak to the system to slightly improve it, the Republicans come in with a fucking sledgehammer.
Just break it. Just for
and
fun.
go to work immediately. Yeah, and by the way, to your point here, I actually just talked about this in a segment I did before we recorded here. But so the war is costing $1 to $2 billion a day. And this was actually posted by Newsom's press office. I know that account. I would vote for whoever runs that account over Gavin Newsom. The person that runs that account knows what the fuck they're doing. But they said the war costing up to $2 billion a day. That's the same as 270,000 Pell Grants, a full year of rent for 143,000 families, nearly 4 years of 988 suicide crisis hotline, 3 months of WIC nutrition for moms and babies, 29 days of free breakfast and lunch for every public school.
What was the stat like that in the first week of fighting this Iran war? We've already used up whatever or spent, quote unquote, you know, the spending aspect of it. Like we've already spent money on these resources, we're just like using them or whatever, right? But you understand what we're talking about, right? Like how much we've used up is like enough to cover the big Obamacare subsidy, or sorry, the Affordable Care Act Medicaid subsidies. Was that right? The one that everyone was fighting about. Holy crap, am I crazy? Are they Medicaid subsidies? Or are they what are they? Or are they premium subsidies? Or what are they? Am I like losing my brain because of COVID? ACA healthcare subsidies. Got it. My bad. Oh my god, healthcare subsidies. Got it.
School kid in America. And the list goes
yes, the healthcare subsidies. My bad.
Goes on and on here. A month of Medicaid for nearly 3 million Americans. Like, that's one day in this stupid, illegal, and offensive war against a country that didn't attack us and is not a threat to us.
I was reading on a relation between like excess costs garnered by this administration and the fact that many of our major cities. I think I was reading on Philadelphia. I could be misremembering. But major
is that
cities.
A beer?
Many of our major cities. I think I was reading on Philadelphia. I could be misremembering, but major cities are having like degrading sewage pipes that in many cases we haven't even mapped out their entire sewage lines. We know there are holes. We know excess sewage is being spilled into like rivers, and we're barely able to get the money together to put band-aids on it. And with the tiny fraction of the money that they're spending every single day in Iran or with Iran, major American cities could be patched up like that. The money is there. The money has always been there. The idea, and we argue over Medicaid for all. We argue over free college education or like free bachelor's degree up to whatever level you want. We argue over this. There is infinite money. This is, and I mean, whether it's MMT or not or Keynesian, there is so much money out there. We are such a potentially wealthy country. All we have to do is just mildly inconvenience the wealthiest and most evil people alive. That's it. They're the worst humans alive. We just have to.
Okay, you can hate Vosh all you want, but that was a pretty banger line.
It's MMT or not or Keynesian. There is so you want. We argue
even if it's not true, it's the banger line.
Over this, there is infinite money. This is, and I mean, whether it's MMT or not or Keynesian, there is so much money out there. We are such a potentially wealthy country. All we have to do is just mildly inconvenience the wealthiest and most evil people alive. That's it. They're the worst
So
humans
true.
alive. We just have to mildly, we would take away maybe
mildly inconvenience the most evil people in the world.
1 year of the wealth they've accrued in between like 2025 and 2026. That's it. Just a tiny little drop, and we could fix the entire country up. It would be nothing, but we can't even get that. I sometimes, it's not just America too, right? Europe might not be as financialized, but there's such a huge schism between what the voters want and what their leadership wants, especially with like Israel, for example, right? Like Chancellor Merz or Starmer, very unpopular decision-making with their support for U.S. intervention in Iran, even though the population there is much, much, much more anti-Israel than the American population. It seems like the West has collectively agreed to suicide. Like we will not do anything to address this. We will never fix that schism. We will never inconvenience the ruling class.
I think that's exactly right. Let me ask you this question. I've referred to this as a moral collapse, in my opinion. I'm curious what your thoughts of it are. So like The Nation has an article out today. Steph Curry works with Penny Jar Capital, which has invested in a pair of Israeli cybersecurity startups. It highlights a pipeline of cash that goes from Silicon Valley to the Israeli private sector tech security scene with its close ties to the IDF.
Poor Steph Curry.
So
he probably
you
doesn't
have
know.
Curry investing in that. Actually, Kevin Durant also invested in Israeli drones.
KD fucking, this motherfucker has alt accounts. Kevin Durant goes on his alts and says Kevin Durant is fair. Kevin Durant is fair.
Drones and was like called out on it and had like some like pithy response. You have LeBron James in a press conference who was like, "Oh yeah, I'd love to visit Israel. I've only heard good things." This is what he
What is it with the NBA?
said. So like when I look at that, and maybe it's unique to American elites, but I have a sense it probably has gone beyond that too. I call this moral collapse.
Have you guys seen the never mind.
Because it's this idea of like, I don't know, it just hyper individualization to the point where you're obsessed with what you're obsessed with, and you focus on whatever you want to focus on, and you sort of like disconnect and detach from the impacts on the rest of the world. And so that's how we can have like these multi-millionaire celebrity athletes who everybody looks at like they're their friend, and they're like, yeah, I invested in Israeli drones that are currently murdering babies. It is what it is. What's your sense of that phenomenon of like seemingly the moral collapse of?
I've only heard good things is why. I've only heard, is this good? Is this real? I'm just gonna fact check. I've heard nothing but great things LeBron James says of Israel. Maybe he meant the country. Maybe he meant the countryside. What it's like to visit.
To this entire country.
Yeah, I think it goes back to a lack of consequences. You know, I mean, the elites have always engaged in this behavior. It's just we used to have a sense of decorum, and I think the decorum was a good thing. I think that for the most part, since the ruling class sets the moral guidelines for society, it is bad for society that the most.
Do you remember the China memes too? When LeBron was like, he like threw someone under the bus. It was like it wasn't Spoelstra. It was Did he used to be the Bulls coach? It was some coach, I think. Some like China shit. And LeBron was like, he shouldn't have said that. He shouldn't have said that about China. Who was it? Who was the coach? Yeah, the John Cena meme is a famous one too. It wasn't Kerr, no. It was the Rockets GM. Yeah, who was it? Who was the Rockets GM? Yeah, it was Rockets. It was definitely Rockets. Was it? Oh, okay, yeah. And what was LeBron's slogan when he was like be something? I forget what it was, but there were some funny fucking China memes about it. Like be a bitch. Daryl Morey.
Most powerful and loudest people on earth are just so open and cheerful about the evil they do.
Morey,
It seems to me like it's part of a broader Republican strategy. Like it is not enough to merely be evil, but they need to be actively pro-evil. They need to make a moral case for evil, or at least towards ambivalence in the face of evil. I think that I will admit this does hope pill me a little bit because I think that it's untenable. I think that this is behavior that can only exist in an environment where there are no consequences. And the moment there are consequences, they're going to either have to shut the fuck up or face immediate reprisal. The problem is that like right now that reprisal only really exists in the cultural spaces. Like for example, in Hollywood, you know, there are consequences when actors or actresses are very openly pro-evil. Like look at Gal Gadot or that fella from Stranger Things, that Zionism is sexy guy. There are people participate en masse in the cultural consumption of their products. So there are consequences to evil. For Silicon Valley or these companies that exist to be investor like bait, you know, not so much. Investors are the stupidest and most evil people alive. But I do think a reckoning is coming. I think that every day more and more people wake up and they look at like Alex Karp screeching about how like Palantir is going to, you know, to look at your asshole while you're taking a shit with their toilet cameras or whatever. And more people are realizing, holy shit, these people are like insanely evil. And eventually it's got to catch up to them. And I don't think they'll be able to run. And maybe, you know what? Maybe they'll run to Israel. A lot of them seem to be, they seem to be well received and very fond of that place. So they can stay there. As far as I'm concerned, the country seems much more tolerant of their moral proclivities than the American public is.
That's true. The war has an 82% approval rating in Israel, and here it ranges from like 25% to like 40%.
Deport every Republican to Israel, okay? It's the Holy Land for them, clearly.
I totally agree. All right, y'all sign up below on Substack. See the rest of the interview with Vosh. You don't want to miss it. Hey.
Oh, very cool. So there's more of it. All right. I thought that was pretty interesting. I thought, you know, I'll rate it a 7 out of 10. I think their commentary on the optimism for some of the new crop. Was that also I think you should leave meme? It's a nice crop. It's a really good crop. It's the Buff Boys one, right? Little Buff Boys? I forget what the thing was. I thought there was some cringe accelerationism shit, or I don't know if it's accelerationism from Vosh a little bit, but it was weird to see him like talking to other people. I haven't like really seen him interact, but you know, all power to them. I totally agree that we need to have punishment and accountability, and that's very, very important. I agree with Vosh on that 100%. So thank you guys for showing me that. We'll do more stuff maybe tomorrow or the next day, more legal stuff that I'll prepare for y'all. But yeah, thank you again for watching. Sub to the channel. It's free. You can like it. You can like it for sure. And we got to organize some debates. Like, no one wants to debate these days. It's kind of crazy. I haven't been invited to like a debate. Like, I used to get invited. I used to have too many invites for debate stuff. Now I don't get any. Occasionally I'll get one or two. But like the big conservatives, they're all like hiding. All right, much love. Oh yeah, TikTok. Oh, I gotta do the TikTok thing. All right, that's where they are. Obviously, I gotta just do that. I just gotta do it. It's such a mental block for me. The because I hear TikTok and I'm like, it's like this vertical thing. I don't even know anything about him. But I just need to get over it and just do it because that's where it is, right? That's where it is. So that's where it is. So, all right. Yeah, I'll talk to Ira. He just actually texted. So, all right. Peace out, guys. Love you. Stay cool.